everyone. I think we're going to reconvene and get started in the next part of our journey here today. So this next session is really interesting because it's about use cases. So this is where we kind of get into the nitty-gritty of seeing what people are actually doing on the ground. And I'd like to get started with this first session. We call it the policymakers as change makers. So the session will provide some interesting country use cases of natural capital and accounts and how they've used them. Countries are using natural capital data for public investments and things like watershed and landscape management projects to fiscal policy and national budgeting processes. Across the four case studies that we're going to feature, we ask speakers to focus on some 5 practical questions, and to a varying degree, they will have insights into all of these in their presentations. What was the policy or investment informed by natural capital data? Was the data available or did it need to be collected? What enabling conditions were necessary for the use of natural capital data in decision making? Something about the impact, how was the impact generated and things like that, and more importantly, has the use of this information been mainstreamed into regular decision making? So what emerges from these use cases is really that information on natural capital is critical for investment decision making and can help target the most sensitive areas where the benefits would be the greatest and where policy could be the most effective. And our first speaker, Dr. Addis, joins us from the Thailand Development Research Institute here in Thailand. And he specializes in natural resources management, environmental policy, and climate change, and also serves as a faculty member of the School of Development Economics, National Institute for Development Administration. He will present some really interesting work that he's doing on the Krabi province with ecosystem accounts and how they are influencing policy. And then the next presenter that we will have is, just making sure it's right. Sorry. Ethiopia. Yeah, so second speaker, Mr. Fekele Demis, is a lead executive officer from the National Accountant Statistics Office in Ministry of Planning and Development, and has more than 15 years experience in economic and statistical data analysis and specializes in compiling and analyzing economic statistics at a national and regional level and is proficient in the SNA, the System of National Accounts. He will share how Ethiopia is using their land accounts to shape strategies and prioritize investments in landscapes. Then thirdly, we will have Mr. Kibet Soy. Is he? Yes, there. He's our third speaker, and he brings another application of using natural capital data for prioritization, this time from Kenya. As an expert in GIS and remote sensing, Mr. Soy Kibet's work focuses on applying geospatial technologies to natural capital assessment, ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, and sustainable land management. He has supported national and county level projects in Kenya involving climate vulnerability mapping, landscape restoration planning, environmental monitoring, and investment prioritization using spatial data and Earth observation tools. And then fourth, and joining us online virtually, is he's from Zambia, and unfortunately he couldn't join us because he was moving. But our final speaker, Mr. Stanley Ngawa, joins us from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning in Zambia, and he works in national development planning, coordination, resource modulation, and strategic partnerships. And he will tell us about how Zambia has been able to move from measuring nature to using natural capital evidence in planning, modeling, climate investment, and policy design. So let me just turn it over first to Dr. Addis, who will tell us about his work.
Good morning, everybody. Let me stand up a little bit because I need to point to the screen. So if you could have the PowerPoint from the back, please. Okay. The natural capital accounts that we have been developing during the last few years are based in Krabi province, which is the southern part of Thailand. Diana? Okay. So this is a study area. Now the thing is, Krabi is located on the Andaman Ocean, and some of the values of the ecosystem will be marine-based. So we then contacted the Royal Thai Navy, see if we can get some information on the territory of our Krabi Ocean. The thing is, normally province don't have provincial territory into the ocean, but the Royal Thai Navy was able to draw us this diagram that shows the territory of Krabi province that stretched into the ocean, which covers all the key islands that we wanted to value, okay? So let's go through the basic tables rather quickly. So here are the ecosystems that we were able to identify. There are the 5 main ones, and there are 19 sub-ecosystems. So the key ones are the terrestrial, freshwater, and marine. Later, we combine the mangroves and coastline into marine, because due to the lack of data. So here are the results from the, so I'm going to show you the basic 5 tables that we were able to compute during the last few years: the extent, conditions, physical, and finally the asset, okay? So this is the extent accounts. Mainly, it describes the net change in this row. So there will be some areas like forests where we lost a few lands, but we gain on the crop in some way, and on the other hand, we lost some of the crop area as well due to the urban expansion, okay? Now, the next accounts will be conditions. So we have these conditions where we have normalized the numbers into 0 and 1 according to the SEEA system. For the terrestrial ecosystem and the freshwater and lastly, the marine. So these are the numbers that we were able to gather from government agencies on water quality, stuff like that. So once we've done with our condition accounts, this will be the key accounts, which are the physical accounts. So firstly, we identify the land coverage for all the economic contributions from the previous ecosystem I showed you earlier. You have stuff like cropland, wood, agriculture, and so on, okay? Next to the area will be the output in terms of tonnage or the quantity that we consume. Next to that will be the values in unit prices. Salina. Okay. This is the values in unit price. And then finally, you multiply the unit price by the quantity. That will give you the total values of outputs that were based on ecosystem that we identified. So at the end, in just a minute, when we aggregate the columns here and here and here, we will arrive at our natural capital values. We will show you in the end in just a minute. But what I want to explain a little bit is this section here. This is the contribution of the marine ecology to the well-being of Krabi province. So let's see what we have quickly. Here we have the carbon sink functions, the water purification, nursery from the mangrove, and these are some of the interesting ones. We were able to value the sea view of the Krabi Ocean, the island recreation, scuba diving, and particularly this is something unique to Krabi, that is migratory bird watching activity. So putting everything together, we were able to aggregate the numbers, which shows this bottom line. This is the value of terrestrial ecosystem. That's the freshwater, and the value of the marine totals about 5,600 million. Now, this is a reduction, the numbers in the bracket, which shows that over the years, the value of the terrestrial ecosystem has declined. But this is mainly due to the reduction in the world price of rubber and palm oil. However, the value of marine is quite small, but it did not experience much deterioration. In fact, it had a small gain of about 7 or 8% over the years. So it might be easier if I put it in a graph. Although we had like to emphasize the value of the marine, but terrestrial still produce the highest value to the economy, okay? However, the terrestrial ecosystem up the top experienced quite a sharp deterioration due to the drop in the world price of commodity prices, and there were some gains in the marine ecosystem. Okay, now let's go to the policy. We were able to have a few dialogues with the Budget Bureau, the Ministry of Tourism, the National Planning Agency, and the Office of Water Resources. But the key one that we were working closely with is the Krabi Provincial Administration. We were able to show them the numbers we calculated, and we had a few dialogues with the governor of Krabi Province, and we were able to identify a few or two interventions that we thought were useful. Okay. Now, the first intervention is Krabi or ocean marine ecosystem is kind of like our economy. The best policy for them would be to do nothing. Now, fixing Krabi ocean was easy. And to do that is just to remove human interventions from the ocean as much as possible. So we saw some nasty wastewater problem in our Nang area in Krabi. So we took some water samples, and we saw that a lot of the BOD numbers are way above the standard. So finally, we came up with some recommendations for the Krabi provincial administration. One is to increase inspection. Next is to increase, monitoring and advisory services that the city can provide to the business operators like hotels and restaurants. Second, this area here, sorry about this. You see in the kind of like yellow, this is a seagrass area of Krabi, and it was deteriorating owing mainly to the quality of seawater resulted from this wastewater discharge. So additional wastewater treatment facilities will be constructed here in what we call Siboya Island and so on. Over here as well, Krabi is planning on constructing a bridge connecting the mainland to the Lanta Island. Okay, so the governor expected that there will be many more visitors coming in the next year or so. So we are also recommending that an increase in wastewater treatment around the communities or in the communities on these two islands as well. Okay, so these are our two kind of like physical intervention that we recommend to the governor based on what we found. The next one is more like an investment. This is like a softer issue. You saw earlier that Krabi had a bird watching activity, but the value was still pretty low, kind of like below its potential. So we went in and we worked with school children. We tried to train them to become bird watching tour guides. So hopefully at the end, they'll be able to operate some local enterprise where they can collect some fees from the tourists and put the fee in some kind of a trust fund and use that revolving fund for conservation activities. So I'm going to be ending my talk with a video clip of this activity that we took a few months before. ทีมงานข้างหลังเปิด but sorry about the language, you have to stick with the English subtitle. No? Okay, good luck. It's nice.
ความงามของธรรมชาติความงามของเกาะต่างๆรวมไปถึงหญ้าทะเลแล้วก็พยูนแต่สำหรับวันนี้เนี่ยผมจะมาแนะนำอีกมุมหนึ่งนั่นก็คือพื้นที่ชุ่มน้ำปากแม่น้ำกระบี่ซึ่งเป็นพื้นที่แรมซ่าไซต์ที่สำคัญแห่งหนึ่งของประเทศไทยครับพื้นที่นี้มีความสำคัญต่อระบบนิเวศเป็นอย่างมากการมีป่าชายเลนเป็นแหล่งอนุบาลสัตว์น้ำมีความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพพื้นที่ชุ่มน้ำปากแม่น้ำกระบี่นี่เองเนี่ยเป็นพื้นที่ที่มีนกอพยพเป็นจำนวนมากในแต่ละปี เป็นกิจกรรมที่นักท่องเที่ยวสามารถไปดูได้ โดยนกเหล่านี้เนี่ยบินไกลมาจากประเทศจีนผ่านมาประเทศไทยกระบี่ แล้วก็ลงไปถึงออสเตรเลียครับรู้จักกันในนามว่า East Asian Australasian Flyway ฤดูที่จะมีการดูนกจะเริ่มประมาณเดือนพฤศจิกายนไปจนถึงเดือนเมษายนชนิดนกเนี่ยนะครับก็จะมีหลายประเภทด้วยกันกลุ่มใกล้สูญพันธุ์ก็จะมีนกทะเลขาเขียวลายจุดหรือที่เรียกว่า Northern Green Shank อีกตัวหนึ่งก็คือ Great Knot นกน็อตใหญ่นั่นเองกลุ่มถัดมาก็คือกลุ่มพวกที่มีแนวโน้มใกล้สูญพันธุ์พวกนี้ก็คือนกยางจีนหรือที่เรียกว่า Chinese Egret อีกกลุ่มหนึ่งก็คือกลุ่มนกใกล้ถูกคุกคามหรือที่เรียกว่า Near Threat นกหัวโตมาลายูหรือที่เรียกว่า Malaysian Pullover นกเหล่านี้เนี่ยจะเป็นที่รู้จักในกลุ่มของนักดูนกทั้งหลายนะครับเพียงแต่ว่ากิจกรรมการดูนกในปัจจุบันเนี่ยก็ยังไม่ได้ดำเนินการอย่างเข้มแข็งมากนักนะครับโครงการศึกษาของเราเนี่ยก็อยากจะเพิ่มความเข้มแข็งให้กับกิจกรรมการดูนกเพื่อให้การดูนกเนี่ยมีความโดดเด่นขึ้นมาแล้วก็เป็นเสน่ห์อีกอย่างหนึ่งของจังหวัดกระบี่ครับสำหรับโครงการของเรานะครับมีชื่อเรียกสั้นๆว่าจิ๊บจิ๊บย่อมาจากคำเต็มว่าจิ๊บจิ๊บ Conservation Youth Club
Great, thank you so much. That was really great. I think Thailand's experience in Krabi province really highlights that, you know, we've learned quite a bit about how degradation has been outpacing enhancement in this case, but that the monetary accounts make this visible and actionable for policymakers. And that targeted interventions can actually work, as we saw, you know, that there's freshwater quality gains and coral recovery prove that investments can pay off. And that the SIA framework being operationalized in this manner is now being embedded in Thailand's budgeting and planning systems and giving natural capital a seat at the policy table. So I think that's a great example of that. Thank you very much. So now I'll turn it over to Mr. Felike Demsis to give his intervention.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm proud to share Ethiopian journey in transitioning NCA from basic account to the impactful policies and national investments. When you come to the initiative of our NCS to improve the national decision making by valuing of our natural resources. To achieve this, we follow three pillars of approaches. The first one is data. To build a strong data foundation by creating accounts for our natural resources, as like land account and the ecosystem account, and integrating that with the socio-economic data to better inform policies. The second is analytic, that we transform this data into actionable policy. We plan to use the specialized tools to prioritize our investment, directly guiding the government policy and the major investments from partners like World Bank. The second approach, we follow national capacities. We ensure the long-term success of our NCA. To establish technical working groups and provide intensive trainings. When you come to our SNA or contributions, so this map shows the geographical reality of our effort. The landscape management is the central to government of Ethiopia development strategy. The account helps us track our highlands, our rivers, and the key ecosystems. And also this enabling that the World Bank supports of the sustainable land management initiatives like climate action through landscape management project. Those projects are where our matter mostly. So those accounts are provide geographical and economical data. We need to scale up the landscape management to across the critical zone of the Ethiopia. When you come to the progress of our NCAs, we have made a significant progress to nationalizing our NCA. To achieve this progress is a critical steps toward integrating our natural resource into the economic policies and also economic plannings. So how we have done it in this, the one is we built strong governance structures. So we have established a dedicated technical working group and steering committees. That steering committee led by Minister of Planning and Development to guide this NCA initiative. The second, we invest in capacity building. We conduct multiple training sessions and force an international partnership with South-to-South exchange with Ghana and Rwanda, and to build, and also including tour study to Netherlands, to build local expertise and to sustain our initiatives. The third, to produce deliverables. We have completed a foundational document such as our NCA roadmap and Ethiopia land accounts report. Finally, we begin to develop new accounts. The work is ongoing to develop new accounts like ecosystem extent and ecosystem accounts. This progress is driven by learning by doing approach that shows Ethiopia is a strong commitment to more sustainable futures. When you come to the key findings, as you see on the slide, the first edition of our land account from Ethiopia, our land is face rapid and also overlapping pressures between the 2 years, 2030 and 2022. We track to significantly the transformations. So the first one is agricultural land is highly expanding. We have seen nearly 20% increase in our cropland and also 50% increase in perennial cropland. This science shows a high agricultural growth. The second one is urban area is growing. The bureau-type area for urban and other development significantly grow. That grow by almost by 50%. The other is overall forest production are highly increased in Ethiopia. This shows historically our policy response to this shift has been fragmented. Now in Ethiopia, the land accounts are changed that provide a single and unified pictures linking the land use directly to the economic planning and policies. And also this land account serves as the data set for futures development of our forest accounts, water accounts, energy accounts, and for ecosystem accounts. When you come to the land use in our river basin, the major river basins are Abai River Basin and Awash River Basin. Based on our land account report, we see the national land use trend is evident in Abai Basin and in Awash Basin, but with the unique dynamics of regional. In Ethiopia, there is a federal system country where there is 12 regions and 2 city administrations. So in Abai River basins, the main trend is urbanization is increased rapidly. That grow by 176 percentage point. When it comes to the agriculture, grow by 8 percentage point. This data shows that the unique development challenges and a priority on this critical river basin. The key insights in why these accounts matter. Historically, in Ethiopia, the land use has been completely disconnected from our economic reality. But as you see on the slide, the newly released land account for Ethiopia changed everything by bridging the gaps directly the land dynamics to the economic planning and policy. So the data tracks exactly how the national land cover is changing. The two massive trends stand out in this. The first one is the urbanization is highly expanding across the country. The second is land degradation. Land degradation is accelerating where our real economy are rely on the land is most. This data is remind us to show the real social reality. So that the land degradation is highest social cost from our vulnerable populations. So these accounts, land accounts, are not recording the past. This land account also is a foundation for future what we are accounting the next accounts. When it comes to our NCA roadmap, sustainable accounting requires sustainable governance, as you know. So to establish this, we established a clear two structures to drive our NCA roadmap. The one is the steering committee. The steering committee is at top level to operate the national strategic priority, to resource mobilization, to coordination, and final report to advocacies. The second is the technical working group. The technical working group is handle the operational heavy lifting activities, data identifications, method developments, and also data quality assessments across the special sectors like land account, ecosystem account, forest account, water accounts. So those are we do. So this is the robust framework of our NCA roadmap. So this connects our lands, economies, and policies that enable us to deliver the actionable, impactful, so such as our released land account report to ensure our natural resource assets for future generations. Now let's talk about account to investment. Data is useful if it actually changes the behaviors and impactful. So how we have invest. That is why transitioning the basic NCS into investment. So what? Using the investment prioritization tools. How it works in Ethiopia, investment prioritization tools. Prioritization tools are comprehensive land use planning tools by modeling different land management scenarios. So these investment prioritization tools predict the direct impacts on vital ecosystem services, from water yield and crop productivity to carbon storage and biodiversities. And also, on the left side, you can see, the other things are investment prioritization tools answer the critical equations. Who is the benefit of this investment? And also, where do we prioritize our investment? And also, how do we design the effect of monitoring systems? When you come to the visual impacts of investment prioritization tools, as you see on the right side of the national map, the power of this tool is becoming clear. That's by overlapping the local degradation trends, biodiversity scores, and also socio-economic variability, we try to construct the precious watershed priority indexes. These prioritization tools, instead of spreading conservation fund across the country, we can now pinpoint the exact watershed area. So to deliver the sustainable investment, the highest ecology and the economic returns. The key lessons from the Ethiopian NCA, initially, our NCA effort in Ethiopia faced challenges, poor data sharing and low engagement among the agencies, but we have learned lessons by establishing technical working groups and steering committees. So we have institutionalized the process and improved the coordinations. And also, the initiative have also created a significant positive side effect. We have developed a standard classification for national land cover, and also we build a new data portal to address the data fragmentation. So our analysis is now directly informing a government decision. So in short, our experiences show strong coordinations. The way forward, or in the next actions, with the strong foundation now in place, the next critical steps for Ethiopia is NCAs into mainstream, into the government policies and planning. So our future, we will focus on 3 key areas. The one is ensuring the regular production. The second is increase the awareness of NCA between the planners, policymakers, and other users, and also develop the key accounts. Our next major priorities to develop the ecosystem accounts, that like ecosystem extent account and ecosystem service account. So that's what the main in the next activities. To conclude my presentations, I want to express To conclude my presentation, I want to express our sincere gratitude of all Ethiopian NC technical working groups and also institutional partners and the World Bank teams, especially David, support a lot in this establishment or establishing this NC in Ethiopia. That here in the image are list for the collaborations, valuable collaboration and supports. Thank you for your attention. This is my
Great, thank you so much. That was an excellent example of how Ethiopia's initiative has moved, kind of the theme, from insight to impact, from scoping to tangible outputs. It's the first edition of land accounts and the national roadmap from 25 to 2030, and the initiation of an investment prioritization tool that's actually being used. This is a great example of how it's demonstrating that natural capital accounting can bridge the gap between environmental data and actual policy action. So let me just take the next step here and introduce Dr. Kibet Soy, who can give us his presentation for Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kibet Soy. I work at the Directorate of Resource Service and Remote Sensing in Kenya, and that is domiciled under the Executive Office of the President. And I'll be presenting on the use of natural capital data in the investment prioritization for tangible investments. And this presentation showcases how natural capital data is integrated into investments, prioritization for measurable impacts. I will start by looking at Kenya's natural capital. Kenya's natural capital forms the foundation key sectors that includes agriculture, tourism, energy, forestry, and fisheries, making it a major contributor to the economy and resilience to climate change. And land is the key form of natural capital that supports ecosystems, water regulation, biodiversity, livelihoods, and economic development. Therefore, Kenya recognizes natural capital as a cornerstone of sustainable growth and long-term resource production. You will appreciate the fact that Kenya's natural capital ranges from forest ecosystems, the croplands, the wetlands, the grasslands that supports wildlife, and of course, all these boils down to supporting livelihood. In fact, 80% of livelihoods are derived or are contributed by Kenya's natural capital. Why our natural capital matters? Kenya economy and livelihood depends heavily on natural resources. And we will appreciate the fact that since economy is dependent on natural resources or natural capital, ecosystem provides water regulation. It also provides soil health, carbon sequestration, and biodiversity conservation. With all these, we have several challenges that are arising from increasing pressure. This ranges from land degradation, forest degradation as well, climate change and unsustainable land use. And I did mention that approximately 38% or 38 million hectares are largely degraded to varying levels. And out of this, the loss, as far as these degradation issues are concerned, is ranging to a tune of around 1.3 billion US dollars per year. And as a country, there is a strategy which is geared towards trying to address the degradation issues as far as land restoration is concerned. And that is National Landscape and Ecosystem Restoration Strategy, which seeks to restore 10.6 million hectares of degraded land by the year 2032. And there are several projects that are anchoring in towards this National Landscape and Ecosystem Restoration Strategy, one of it being the ambitious plan to plant 15 billion trees by the year 2032. And there are several other projects that are anchored towards the strategy. Therefore, the intention of this restoration is basically to increase the tree cover by 2032 by up to 30%. Why do we need prioritization then? Because we are looking at investments. When we are looking at investments, or rather when we're looking at restorations, we are keen on investments. We are putting money on some restoration activities so that at the end of the day, we have return on investments, value for money. So then that calls for prioritization of these investments, and some of the key issues that seeks, or why do we need to prioritize investment, is because we have limited resources. We have limited funding resources as far as restoration is concerned, and there are equally large areas that require restoration as well. And also, of course, we have competing development needs, and of course, increasing climate change. And there is need for evidence-based decision support systems, so that at the end of the day, when we are doing prioritization, we are making it based on existing data. And of course, we also need to target high impact restoration areas for maximum output. Also, we are looking at the efficient allocation of resources, because I did mention that the resources are limited. So we need to target high impact restoration areas for maximum output. Then this calls for a prioritization tool. When we are looking at a prioritization tool for prioritizing this investment, we need a decision support tool so that when we are investing on restoration projects, we are almost sure that whatever investments are put in, we have maximum return on investment. So this calls for investment prioritization tool to aid in prioritizing these investments. So then, what is investment prioritization tool? Investment prioritization tool is a decision support tool that compares catchments to identify where restoration investments deliver the highest value for money and simultaneously improve climate resilience, support livelihoods, and restore ecosystem services. Here, we are talking of a tool, a decision support tool that aids in prioritizing the numerous watersheds, subcatchments, and microcatchments into units that are viable when a restoration project is sited. So what does it do? What does the IPT tool do? It translates complex natural data into a clear and actionable investment rankings. and also its cost opportunities by ecological and financial return. Here we are looking at natural capital data and the ecosystem services they provide together with the stakeholders. The stakeholders provide clarity on different ecosystems, the approaches of restoration, and all other issues surrounding different ecosystems that cuts across different ecosystems. So we are also looking at the financial viability, and of course, at the tail end of it is the impact measurement. When you do an investment, what impact does it have at the end of the day? So here we are looking at data-driven decisions so that when we are making an investment, we are making it based on facts, we are making it based on knowledge, and we are making it based on data that is available. Now, how does IPT tool work for Kenyan situation? The IPT combines expected benefits from restoration, especially in ecosystem services gain, plus the cost of implementing different interventions. It then allows additional stakeholders priorities. For instance, we are looking at population, we are looking at poverty, we are looking at climate vulnerability, the biodiversity, and of course, since the tool is designed to work in catchment, then we need to be keen on upstream and downstream connectivity so that when we do interventions, we focus particularly on cause rather than symptoms. So this needs to be layered. The tool provides an environment where different data sets, different parameters are layered through multi-criteria analysis so that we align these data sets with policy objectives. Therefore, investment prioritization tool provides a transparent, scalable, evidence-based planning approach to optimize investments across ecosystems. You will appreciate the fact that when you look at this map here, you will see there are several watersheds. And these watersheds have different levels of priority as far as restoration is concerned. There are those areas that have high priority, very low priority, moderate priority, to low priority as far as ranking is concerned. So I mentioned that the IPT tool works on catchment approach. And the data that is used within the IPT is partially quantifying ecosystem services, values, looking at land degradation status, and restoration potentials. So these spatial data inform IPT scoring, and then it directly shapes the ranking and optimization of investment across catchments and watersheds. Therefore, catchment and subcatchments are units that are used in analysis rather than administrative or devolved units. So when you are looking at catchment, you will appreciate the fact that some catchment cuts across different administrative units which have different administration and administrative functions. So when we are looking at catchment approach, we are not looking at it from the basis of administrative units, but we are looking at it from that perspective of hydraulics. Therefore, we need to maintain the upstream and downstream connectivity so that we target those areas that are generating issues to do with degradation from upstream rather than downstream, the downstream end. So that at the end of the day, we are looking at a scenario where I didn't mention that we are looking at the causes of degradation rather than the symptom. The symptoms are presenting what the causes of these real issues are. So in Kenya, we have different basins or different approaches as far as the the basins are concerned, that we have level 1, which presents 6 basins. We have 208 sub-basins and 1,375 hydrosheets. So all these levels of watershed and sub-watersheds are used when we are doing or when we are applying investment prioritization tool in project sites that needs to be intervened as far as presenting different forms of investments are concerned. So we are looking at integrating natural capital data into investment prioritization tool. And there are steps that builds Kenya investment prioritization tool. First of all, we are looking at mapping baseline conditions and feasible interventions. Then we look at cost, estimating the cost, benefit, and return on investments. Then the third one is applying multi-criteria analysis to rank intervention areas. And when we're looking at baseline condition and feasible investment, we are basically focusing on land or earth observation data. And these earth observation data provide different products from different platforms that informs the conditions and the status of the land, either from the long time series information as far as land use, land cover is concerned. When this information are analyzed, you are able to generate potential interventions, or rather intervention maps, so that when you have intervention maps, you are able to zero in to a particular area that is of interest, so that you point out those areas that need dire restoration. And then you generate land cover models before and perhaps after restoration. Then you model the ecosystem services before and after intervention and calculate the gains. Therefore, you link all this geospatial data with economics. This is where geospatial data are linked to economics, because at the end of the day, we are looking at cost implication in interventions of different ecosystems as far as rehabilitation is concerned. Then at the end of the day, the last bit of it is estimating the benefits, cost ratio, and the priority order. When we are looking at estimating cost, benefit, and return on investment, we are looking, or we are keen on ecosystem services, the estimation and valuation. For instance, when you're looking at flood attenuation, we are focusing on catchment of the flood-prone areas, and of course, looking at the estimate of storage ratio. This calls for integration of different tools from geospatial perspective, which includes the inverse tool model, which is built to have ecosystem services, at the same time provide a matrix where we have valuation and what is it that we are looking at as far as interventions are concerned. So when we are applying a multi-criteria analysis to rank areas, we are prioritizing this based on areas that have high return on investment. And of course, we are including other prioritization and policy criteria issues regarding biodiversity conservation, altitude, poverty density, population density, climate vulnerability data sets, so that we have all this information collapsed together in a system that provides for multi-criteria analysis and weighting based on importance and relative to the cost-benefit ratio. So what has been done as far as this investment prioritization tool in Kenya? There is a project which is called KEWASIP, that is an initiative of the government, and it is funded by World Bank. That is, these are the initials, KEWASIP. It stands for Kenya Watershed and Services Improvement Project. It's a $200 million project that is funded by World Bank. And what has been done as far as investment prioritization tool is that we have identified 5 project sites. Those are 5 project sites that are presented in pink. And we have 101 hydrosheets that are selected based on degradation information from forest blocks. This means that the 101 hydrosheets are spread across the 5 project sites, and we will use the investment prioritization tool to select 50, the targeted 50 hydrosheets, which we will do the interventions. And there is how did we select these project sites? The 5 project sites were selected based on degradation levels, of course, water security, the conservation priorities, and of course, the upstream and downstream connectivity, looking at the different ecosystems, starting from forest land, farmlands, the rangelands ecosystem, including the marine, that is the mangroves. And of course, we also looked at the lesson learned from similar projects so that we align what other projects are doing as far as the selection criteria that was presented is concerned. So what are the interventions after we have selected and we have prioritized this hydrosheet from 101 to 50? We need to look at the upper catchment as far as interventions are concerned. These interventions are coming in form of investments, because when you are intervening, it means you are spending money. And when you are spending money, it means you want to invest in those areas that provides or that presents high return on investment. So we have upper catchments that will be seeking to have forest restoration and riparian rehabilitation. We are also doing the croplands, that is the sustainable land management, where we are doing agroforestry, terracing, and soil conservation investment. When we are looking at wetland and river systems, we are looking at wetland restoration and riverbank stabilization. And of course, community investments that are such as water harvesting and climate smart agriculture. Looking at the map, the first initial process is to map all the beneficiaries that are within identified hydrosheets, so that when you are focusing on investments, you are focusing on investments where there are people, where there are livelihoods, where there are maximum or numerous or other, maximum beneficiaries. So the first step is to map the beneficiaries of all those people that are residing within an identified hydrosheet for the purpose of knowing who they are, what kind of investment or what kind of investment are they? Do they belong to the registered community groups? Do they belong to CIGs? Do they belong to RUAs? That is Water Resource Users Association. So this is the first or the initial step towards interventions as far as this restoration project is concerned. And so far we have managed to map around 20,000 households from across 5 project sites or 5 hydrosheets within a particular project site. That marks the end of my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kibet. That was an excellent case study for what I would call like data-driven investment prioritization in Kenya's natural capital restoration, and how the IPT actually translates complex ecological information and economic data into transparent and actionable actions and rankings. So, I think that it's really interesting, the limited restoration funding targets can actually, in the areas, be focused in the areas with the highest return. So now I'd like to just turn it over to Stanley Ngoa. He's online, I believe, and he'll be joining us from Lusaka. Hello, Stanley? Hi. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll share Zambia's experience in the natural capital farming program with this forest sector. Us as a country and maintain in terms of our natural resources. And more importantly, that the Ministry of Finance were able now to brought to light that this environment now be as good as an asset to be able to support other sectors. Under this approach, we provided that objective with existing national funds, which are the land, the forest, and the water. And we developed a new account, a new regulatory in the city and the water system services. It's quite new, and I think it's exciting that it will help us in terms of understanding, seeing what the mistakes we can derive in this capital. Then more importantly, our working groups. Of course, initially we had normal working programs in terms of staff turnover, but I think program is extremely young. And the program currently and then we established by the Apex board, the steering committee of permanent secretaries, which oversees these technical groups, and they are functional in all the various ministries, those implementing natural capital accounting. Then the key takeaways from these results also was the issue of risk, which came out very prominently. But we risk high risk of deforestation, land degradation, and also water stress. And climate variability is quite crucial if we don't respond positively. And we've seen this visibly even from recent 2 years drought Zambia experienced. We've had power outages, as you know. We're trying to diversify our energy mix, but predominantly we are relying on hydro, and also our tourism in terms of numbers in terms of wildlife has really gone down. The wildlife account we did earlier on actually showcased that if we don't manage our natural capital, it has affected in terms of the numbers and also in terms of the economy around the tourism sector, and by and large, rural livelihood. And of course, now the bigger question is, then so what these results? What is government doing about them? We know we're worth so much, and then we're losing so much natural capital. And then this is now changes the conversation. Now we're seeing that these now are streamed in national development plans. We're seeing them in our sector policies, that natural capital should be mainstreamed, and government actually has risen to the occasion. On the processes, currently we are using the SIA methodology in terms of updating an ecosystem, and then of course within the SIA framework, the fiscal monitoring flows, and also show in terms of assets. But more important, under this support, with the support of the World Bank, we developed a DCE model which helped us now to do simulations. More importantly, you may wish to note that in 2002 and 2003, Zambia developed a green growth strategy as a way of transiting into greening our economy, and this is as espoused in the National Development Plan. Then we've set up our own targets in this green growth strategy, which runs up to 2030. Natural capital accounting results helped us now to understand and do simulations, because if the results are showing we're losing so much of our forests, there's so much pressure on land, there's so much water stress, and then at the rate at which we are losing our natural capital, it's very unlikely that we attain our ambitious target was set up in our green growth strategy. And the model actually projected that if we do continue business as usual, even these ambitious targets won't meet them. And actually now, these results have been shared to policymakers, and we're seeing them now in terms of interventions, realigning our need to safeguard our natural capital. And beyond that, the results already are being used in terms of National Development Plan, like Ayla mentioned. Currently, according to our law, we commence development of the subsequent plans prior to election. You have an election. So we're currently working on National Development Plans, and the results from the NCA reports are being used in terms of priority setting and how we support the green growth agenda. And we recently updated our NDC 3.0. The results from the capital are used for the target setting the NDC and in terms of providing interventions. And more importantly, the CCDR report, which was recently launched, key results and scenarios were used from these accounts. And now we have a Trawler 2 project under the World Bank, and which is as an expansion of the Trawler 1, looking at the southern and northern part and northwestern part of Zambia, where the results actually used in terms of programming for this. So actually seeing that NCA results, if we update them timely, able to help us in terms of programming and other intervention and investment. In terms of institutionalizing, Ministry of Finance remains the core institution to coordinate this in terms of policy, But then the statistical office, who are key in terms of quality assurance and compiling this data, are also critical. And what we've done to institutionalize is that in each technical working group, we have statisticians who sit in these working groups to provide the quality assurance. And like I mentioned earlier on, we have these mainstreamed in all the accounts we're working on. But more importantly, under this support, we've gone to subnational levels of the provinces. We've managed to establish these technical working groups to ensure that we build capacity at all levels. Next slide. Yes, on this one, I think I mentioned it's basically a journey which spanned away from the WAVES program 2016, and then on the first cycle of support under GPS, we updated the land, water, and the forest account, and as well as in a project area, wildlife protected area around, because Zambia is nature-based, and this is an exciting account, I think, which we also were able to update, because actually showed us in terms of how much potential we can grow our economy in this sector if we preserve our natural capital. Then we realized in 2014 now with strengthening the modeling, which is now being used for planning, as I mentioned in the previous slide. In terms of policy, we've seen the National Development Plan, and an interesting product currently we're working on is the Compendium, which will span from 2018 to 2023. It's showing in terms of results we've worked on, and particularly the ecosystem services account, which has brought a very good news conversation. And we are seeing these being used in terms of, we are now updating on national biodiversity, the NBC SAP. Most of these results are being used in terms of programming and as well as in the National Development Plan. Next slide. Thank you. On this slide, I think Ayla mentioned to it, but I think what's critical to mention that the leadership being the convening of the Ministry of Finance is critical. But more importantly, we realize that for sustainability, it's important to partner with universities and the experts. And it's worth noting that we are working with our local universities, the Power Belt University and the University of Zambia, who are part of the modeling team and the ecosystem technical working group, which is important, and also support research. Why? Because in the longer term, we're thinking of coming up with curriculums, we localize them in our universities so that we're able to build capacity in them for sustainability purpose. And then this is also crucial. Still looking at other partners beyond the World Bank. I've seen African Development Bank is coming on board also to help in terms of supporting these initiatives. Because if we strengthen the issue of training, then we know that we're going to have a pool of experts in the various fields to support NCA. Next slide. Yeah, this slide shows what we've done in terms of organizing these reports. With the support of the bank, I think the earlier times were the issues of relying on administrative data, but under this support, we were grateful that the bank rose to the occasion. We sent teams out in collecting information, and of course, additional use administrative data to help us support, and also remote sensing layers. The accounts were compiled in line with the CF framework, physical supply and monetary tables, land matrices, forest as well, and ecosystem layers. In quality assurance, as per standard practice, the bank really helped us. We had several missions who came to support us in terms of updating this account. And more important, the ecosystem services one, where it was a new account to the technical working groups. And it was really helpful. We did peer reviews and data was clean local. And this was very helpful in terms of providing credence to the document. In policy translation, the model really has brought a new way of looking at things, and is actually informing us, and it could be also interesting but also frightening that if we don't change the business as usual, the rate we are losing our natural capital, we end up not attaining our development aspirations. And we had a national forum on natural capital where we shared an insight of the area results. We are waiting to work on finalizing the compendium by the end of next week, and which will be launching both the bank and the government. And in terms of dissemination, we've taken advantage of other forums. Like in December last year, we had a collision of finance ministers where Zambia hosted, and as out of this collision, Zambia was appointed as the co-chair of the African Ministries of Finance. We showcased NCA experiences to a number of countries, and exciting, and they're eager to come and learn from us. And we also learned from other countries who also shared. So it was a very good opportunity to share in terms of experience. But then actually share that within the African context, a number of countries are eager to learn this. They are calling to come and visit Zambia to share their experience. Next slide. Here just to demonstrate what exactly came out from the updated version. These key issues, particularly on the land account and as well as other accounts, we've been collecting data at national level. And now going forward, what we've done is we're responding to government's policy direction, where they're taking resources to the lower levels in terms of decentralization policy. We went a far step ahead in terms of how to look at these accounts at a provincial level. We've done that under this support. And actually, one of the key indicators under the loan account, which is CAMABO, was using a stability index. Stability index basically was trying to show in terms of how stable each particular district is in terms of land use compared to other districts. And this actually informs policy in terms of how do we manage our resources better, who's doing better, and learning from best practices and doing comparisons, which actually is a very good takeaway message for policies in terms of directory resources. Then the forest, beyond the stocks, this time around looked at what are non-timber non-forest products coming from there. These are reflected also in the ecosystems. Services account, which actually shows the larger economy, which is supporting our local people, and if we lose our natural capital, these benefits will be lost, as well as the economic benefits which are derived from the natural resource. Under the water account, we continue to demonstrate in terms of water stress, but more importantly, under this current support, there's an aspect of monitoring water, where our colleagues in the underwater technical unit, they went around, actually look up a case of bottled water. It has actually proven a very good business case where that bottled water is able to fetch more in terms of monetary-wise compared to how much utility companies are charging. So it actually brings a business case, because utility companies are current in our country, are in terms of financing and mobilizing resources. Actually, this account is able to charge. Actually, there's value in terms of monetizing our water supply, and actually being a business case. So it's something we're going to use in terms of how to trigger policy around this. Those are conversations are going to be our Ministry of Water and ourselves will pushing with the water sector in terms of trying to mobilize financing, actually building a business case around this. Ecosystem one, interesting one. Key issues came from our carbon storage. Of course, the biggest conversation is carbon trading and carbon credits. They are very topical in our country. Reversed in terms of regulation. There have been an issue of mishandling around this. But this account has actually shown that if we don't manage our forest, even the benefits derived from carbon credit, we're gonna lose them, because it's actually one of the instruments even the government can actually raise funds in terms of carbon credits. Soil retention also came out with prominent, water regulation and wetlands. And the larger part of it is supporting biodiversity. If we don't manage our natural capital, we lose these benefits from our biodiversity, in terms of which support our local communities and also economic losses in the long run. Next slide. Yeah, I think on this slide I've mentioned most of it. Here the land account, went to the lower levels to actually demonstrate in terms of management. But more importantly, on the policy side, is to help us in terms of spatial planning. Where are we losing most of our land, and what can government do, and what is also the private sector can come in. Those are some of which are looking at beyond government. These are issues to inform in terms of targeting, while doing restoration, where, and also smart agriculture in terms of how to improve it while losing most of the land. And of course, uptake by other partners, like other projects are using this information, like current programming like tried to by the bank. They relied most of the findings from this account informed in terms of targeting the various districts. So land, not just as a statistic, but it's a way of change carbon, water regulation, and biodiversity is very critical. It's a main account, and we feel that if it's not managed well, we lose all the benefits. Everything sits on land. I think that was the main takeaway message from this iteration. Next slide. Yes, under this iteration, key takeaway message was also on the issue of the services deriving from the forest, which I mentioned that now were reflected more prominent in the ecosystem services. But then key issue to note here that if you look at the water flows, the forest has the longer bar, indicating that there's mostly caused by evapotranspiration. Issues like hydropower that are consumptive because in agriculture and mining are still being used for abstracting, but major water flows loss basically because of the forest account. That was the main takeaway message here. The next slide. Interestingly, yes, the ecosystem one and the modeling. Like I mentioned, the results from the updated versions were fed into the model to give us those scenarios. We use the green growth strategy, projections of that, all things being equal. If we responded to the intervention, the programming, the way they are structured in our strategy, we expect to have investments to about $220.8 million. But this cannot happen on an assumption that we manage our natural capital well and we derive these benefits. Have the net gains of about 429 million by 2050, national wealth about 1.7 billion, emissions avoided by 346. Then also have people lifted from poverty, 747. But this is on the basis that all things being equal, we implement our green growth strategy by managing our resources. Also, the flip side, if we don't do this, we don't respond because the accounts are showing us we are losing most of the natural capital. We lose these gains. So this is a takeaway message beyond just for government, also private sector investment, and also partners to come in. That we've committed to grow our economy by 2030. But this cannot happen if we respond by the way of managing our natural capital to derive these benefits. Next slide. Yes, the trial 2 support by the bank. It's a casing point of what GPS support and what natural capital accounting is actually building, because these results are being used now in terms of programming. And the land account was used for spatial evidence, the landscape prioritization, investment design, and also in terms of using indicators, more natural capital to track resilience and restoration. And more importantly, evidence to help landscape investment more targeted. So this is a clear casing point of how the results are being used in terms of supporting programming and planning. Next slide. Engagement. CCDR, most of the inputs were informed by natural capital accounting. Country dialogue over the national forum. We've also had finance agenda where we have discussions beyond just ourselves as government, even other partners. We've seen these results are now being used in terms of new areas of financing new instruments. You know, you should know that Zambia launched its first green bond 2 years ago in the renewable because of one of the critical power challenges of that. And NCL, that was actually being used. And we've seen a number of discussions coming on taxonomy and also data information. So we're having conversations with multinational company and their institutions in terms of data and nature finance, but these results are actually being used. And more importantly, there are conversations around biodiversity credits, which are coming on board, and NCA provides crucial intelligence information for our partners and investors. So it's actually been realized that we need to invest in data to help not just government, but also the private sector and other partners. And that's the conversation now going forward, that it's not just government, we're doing the policy briefs, but where do we go from here? Just now the other issue we're looking at. We need private sector to come into this space, take up this. They can support the academia, they can support generation of these reports, and also to inform the investment in the various sectors. Next step. Yes, clear here, we're demonstrating that we've mainstreamed, more importantly, in the National Development Plan, in the NDC, NCO is being used in terms of programming, Google strategies, sector policies, and sustainable finance. So precisely, NCA is being used in the planning, budgeting, and investment, which is one of, I think, our wins. I think as a country, we comfortably say that because we've managed to mainstream it in terms of policy. So it's no longer just a Ministry of Finance issue. It's a government policy that NCA is mainstreamed, and there's a buy-in from government. Next slide. Yes, in terms of capacity building, well, we're grateful to GPS and World Bank. They have been very instrumental. We've had best training in terms of modeling, and our modeling team is beyond just government or the academia, the private sector in it, and we hope to sustain later this new cause, because we feel that with what we've gained so far, we don't need to lose it. And that's why we're thinking of just beyond government and probably the bank who can come and support this new cause. Because if you don't have capacity, we've had initial back and forth, but now we have a good team, and we are grateful for this support. I earlier mentioned about the forum we had on Ministers of Finance and also the National Forum. And the dissemination we're targeting once we launch the compendium, it won't just for us government. We want to have a structured dissemination this time around. We want to have structured conversation with the private sector, the banks, and academia. And how do we advance this NC agenda? I think we need to have a structured dissemination this time, not just speaking to ourselves as government and the bank, but reach out to other group, also other cooperating partners, the academia and the private sector. Thank you. Next slide. I think lessons learned. The journey hasn't been easy, because there's been other jurisdictions. The NCA is being led by Statistical Office, in our case, the Ministry of Finance. But we've managed to reach a converging point that our role as Ministry of Finance is basically to enhance policy. Then our Statistical Office is there for quality assurance, and then we've at least managed to build capacity across ministries, different leads, and technical will be able to generate these reports using SIA with minimum supervision. I think for now we would only require maybe peer review in terms of the work, but in terms of developing the account from the inception to the end, we are good to go. So that hasn't been easy, but has been consistent and working together and bringing all the teams together. The other issues, we need to go beyond just the national, it's sub-national, because we need to respond to policy, and policy is saying we need to build capacity at the lower levels. And in the next phase of support and this is what we'll be doing most, is to develop accounts at sub-national level. So we're able to provide evidence-based in terms of responding to the needs of our people at the lowest level. Then also needs to help strengthen the modeling team is very critical to sustain the gains. Include more trainings as well, and looking at also collaboration and peer learning around that, because it's very critical. Then in terms of use of NCA in the budget, it wasn't easy though. Under the WAVES program, when it came to the pilot, but in the subsequent pilot, the current one, we have it as a program, and we ensure that we've raised the bar. We have a steering committee of payment secretaries where we present quarterly in terms of progress on how we are implementing the NCA. So I think this is which has been very helpful, whereby the office bearers, the principal officers, they are able to get to know what NCA is all about and manage to have a buy-in. And I've made the staff available to actually take part in this exercise. So basically, for Zambia, that's been a very good model in terms of Ministry of Finance being at the center stage to enhance policy. Next slide. I think from my side, I think this was it all, but maybe just the last key takeaway is that beyond the World Bank support and Tralad, what's exciting now is we've had engagement with other partners coming on how to use these results into this new support, like the loss and damage fund, because we're now, NCA is being used in terms of how do we able to justify the loss and damage to put up a case. It's a new funding window, but I think this methodology actually becomes very helpful in terms of how to use to open other working funding and investments. So it's a useful methodology. It's helping us in terms of planning and policy. I thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Stanley. That was great. And thank you for joining us from virtually and everything else. And I think that Zambia is a really great example of how natural capital data becomes influential when it answers planning, budgeting, and investment questions that are already on the table. And I'd like to give a round of applause to all of our speakers as we have learned a lot from their own countries. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're a little bit behind, so we're going to try and catch up a little bit. We're going to turn to a high-level panel, which will hopefully provide us with some reflections of what we just heard, and also offer us a big picture of what success looks like when it's accounts to action, and why it's important for the economy, what areas do we need to focus on in order to scale up success. And so help us kind of navigate through this. We have four distinguished speakers. We have Dr. Claudine Uwera, who is an economist and environmental policy expert serving as a senior strategic advisor in the Office of the Prime Minister of Rwanda. She has over 2 decades of experience in economic planning, public finance, and sustainable development. Her work focuses on integrating biodiversity, ecosystems, and natural resources into national policy planning and investment frameworks, and to support the green growth and policy climate resilience. She previously served as a Minister of State in charge of the economic planning and as Minister of State for the Environment, where she led reforms on environmental governance and sustainable development. Next, we have Dr. Sam Magumi Kuju, who is joining us virtually and who is leading the Ugandan economist, a climate finance expert, and development planner. He serves as the Assistant Commissioner on the Macroeconomic Policy Development at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Uganda, and is also the Uganda Chair of the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. He's highly regarded in the international development community for his work on integrating climate resilience into national and economic policies. Next, we have Dr. Lisa Mendel, who is the Co-Executive Director of the National Capital Alliance at Stanford University. She co-creates and implements NatCap's vision, strategy and goals, and fundraising in collaboration with the NatCap faculty director and her fellow co-executive director while directing NatCap's ecosystem service, data and software platform, and Stanford-based operations and partnerships. Her research sheds light onto how land management and infrastructure development affect ecosystem services, social equity, and human health. Lisa has worked with leaders from governments, multilateral development banks, and businesses to incorporate the understanding of nature's values into policy and finance. And finally, we are honored to also have Dr. Nicola Ranger joining us again for this panel. Everyone, come on up. Let me ask you. Is this on? There we go. Thank you. So just to get us off started and things like that, I'm going to forward my first question to Claudine, and I'm just going to get you going and just ask the question, what differentiates countries that successfully move from accounts to action?
Thank you, Craig. Thank you to the World Bank and all the partners here for inviting this important forum. From Rwanda perspective, I would say that natural capital accounting is not primarily a statistical exercise. It's about governance. It's about development agenda. Over the past decade, Rwanda has made significant progress when it comes to implementing and developing the natural capital. We've developed the mineral account, the land account, water account, the ecosystem account, and they've been able progressively integrating information from the account into national plannings, into investment decisions. And I would say that the key message or lesson from all the exercise we went through is that natural capital data are not enough. Producing those data is not enough. But what's really the most important thing, just to be able to respond to the real questions, once policymakers understand, the questions just to be responded through the natural capital accounting, then at that point there is a shift. And then from this, we've seen that three factors were really decisive for us. The first one was strong political commitment. From early stage, from 2012, when, the strong commitment was made by the top leadership during this Gaborone Declaration, and until in 2018, when government of Rwanda took decision to adopt and developing the natural capital accounting as one of the tools, as a nature-based solution to implement our green economy. Natural capital accounting had been really discussed in different forums, and I remember different sessions in cabinet, this was really discussed because the government quickly understood that to be able to implement our green economy, to be able to, to achieve our target under the national determined contribution, to be able to adopt, to implement the climate finance strategy, the natural capital accounting was really key, was one of the powerful tools to even help in sustainable financing as well. The strong political commitment was key, and this is one of the lessons. The second one was the institutional ownership. Institutional ownership, because we've seen that data has the biggest impact, especially when policymakers can extract the key message from those information. And one of the reform at every stage that was made by, and the strong commitment by the government was just to shift, to move this natural capital accounting program that was hosted by the Ministry of Environment to the Ministry of Finance. Because when data is close to decision-making, close to budget, to economic planning, I think the message is quick adopted. And through this shift, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning is still leading, of course, with support by the National Institute of Statistics, which technically help producing the data and updating those information. And then within the National Institute of Statistics, it has been created a small unit or department on environmental statistics that coordinate all those environmental statistics from different institutions. And the third one was demonstrating practical value. As I highlighted, when policymakers can respond once they really can extract the message from the information, if they can be able to respond, for example, where should we invest? How do we reduce disaster risk? How can we improve agriculture productivity? All those questions. Once the real questions is responded through the data, then the demand for the natural capital information is increasing, naturally. So those three things those three factors made help us to make a shift. I will say that we're not yet there. We're still improving the way we do things. And this institutionalization of natural capital accounting is still ongoing. Of course, we have established the National Steering Committee. We have the technical working groups working on a regular basis to be able to adopt, to even adopt the system of environmental economic accounting. And then we have also been able just to populate our result-based monitoring and information system through the environmental statistics generated by the natural capital accounting. So I would say that on that question. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Claudia. That was very insightful. My next question I'm going to field to Nicola. And this is, what are some of the ways in which natural capital was institutionalized in macro fiscal frameworks, and how does this link to controlling macro risks?
Thank you. And it's always great to be part of this panel. Thank you. I think that, so I talked a lot in my opening intervention about the importance of risk, and suddenly coming back to the point that Claudine made as well, we find in talking to ministers of finance that issue of risk can be very important in terms of cutting through. I think we can't underestimate the difficult decisions that governments are having to make on this agenda, and particularly, when it's decisions between extraction versus protection, decisions around very, very scarce resource environments, where to allocate those. Having the data, as we've heard, is really critical. And having that translated into the metrics that ministries of finance or others can really grasp and really understand the relevance, so that a minister of finance can say, yes, this fits exactly with our development plan. And I thought it was great, your opening point, Claudine, around this is about development fundamentally. So I guess to give a couple of examples, so I talked about, and it's wonderful to see Dr. Sam on the line as well to talk about the fantastic experience in Uganda. We've found, so a lot of our work is also with central banks, and we've found there that, again, being able to show the link to financial stability is really important, and the link to inflation policy, very important as well. So all of these are around sort of showing how nature links into these different levers that really influence decision-making at the highest level. So, for example, being able to show, as we have done in our work, that food prices can be affected or stabilized through these investments, through commodity prices can be stabilized, and the impact that has on inflation is all adding to this evidence base for how investment in nature is directly feeding into the top level priorities. On the fiscal policy side, so I mentioned as well the debt sustainability angle. I think it's one of the challenges at the moment that we find in talking to ministries of finance, that actually in their debt sustainability analyses, the fact that natural capital isn't explicitly recognized in there. So countries we're finding are being penalized for the risks that they face, climate-related risks and others, but then not rewarded for the investments that they're making in natural capital and other types of adaptation. So one of the big focus of the work that we're doing is looking at how can they be rewarded for those investments within their debt sustainability analyses and other macroeconomic policies, so that they can see a direct return in terms of cost of capital, but also their sovereign instruments, for example. So creating that virtuous circle, I think that's the key thing, between a country making the investment, but actually then seeing the benefits to them, both in terms of cost of capital, in terms of credit ratings potentially, in terms of revenue streams. So it's creating that circle, I think, is where we find the biggest impact.
Great, thank you so much. I kind of agree. You know, there's a lot of these macro critical risks that are kind of weighing the balance of the different trade-offs that they have to make. And this is literally, like you said, becoming macro critical. And I think it's interesting you mentioned nature and DSA, because this is actually, from a GPS standpoint, one of the future growth areas that we are thinking about embarking on, because we know, and it's like you said, it's a very difficult thing to do. And although we've done lots of work, are starting to do a lot of work on, you know, integrating nature into macroeconomic modeling and things like that, and we're getting, you know, the debt picture out of that type of macroeconomic modeling. Integrating it specifically into the DSA model and things like that is something that we're kind of interested to do, because we think it would answer a whole host of other policy questions and things like that. So we're kind of inspired even by this forum to think more about that, and we think that that's quite a future area of growth as well. So now I'd just like to turn, I see Sam is there. Sam, thank you for joining us, and I'm glad that you were able to join us virtually. And I kind of would probably like to ask the same type of question about how natural capital is being institutionalized in your own country in the macro fiscal frameworks. But I could also ask you an additional question about how, you know, finance ministries are moving this shift from viewing, you know, forests and wetlands as merely these conservation zones to treating them as formal natural capital on the national balance sheet. You know, if you could just give us your insights on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me on this great panel. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Am I audible?
Yes.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. We can
hear you. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure really to be on this great panel with the Minister Claudina and Nicole and the entire team. I miss sitting there definitely, but at least and also a big opportunity for being invited. Number one, I want to first appreciate the great presentations that I listened in from country cases, both Kenya and Zambia. As a country, we've gone through that experience, and it's really interesting. But the big point to make is that you need to go through that experience to have a data set that you can use to answer the question you've asked, and also to bring a point that the number of things that bring you to appreciate this kind of data natural capital accounting. Number one is to be able to relate this information to economic development and the macroeconomic objectives and the financial policies, so that you can increase financial flows towards investment in natural capital, but also appreciate the benefit of natural capital when it comes to development. So those are key. And going to the question, how have we embedded this? What have we done? I'll come back to Nicole. Nicole, thank you so much for the work that we're doing together. That's on DSA. I'll not talk much about that. But to get adaptation and resilience to be understood in the DSA frameworks, low-income countries like DSA framework, which is a World Bank, IMF tool, and we are doing that work later on tomorrow it will be talked about. You need data. And when we're talking about data, adaptation and resilience, you need data on natural capital accounting because we use key performance indicators. So these key performance indicators are talking about the flows and stocks in natural capital, in agroforestry, which is vegetation cover, and a number of other things. And we are adding on that a lot. We're going to do more. But back to the question, what did we do? Number one was to institutionalize natural capital accounting within the different ministries and sectors. National Planning Authority, Ministry of Finance, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and then also to go back and look at what informs our reports that it can come from economic models. Our integrated macroeconomic model is one of the things that we use here, the country, to generate reports at macroeconomic objectives, but also we have others that take us to the macro level. And the biggest thing that is the input data here is the social accounting matrix. We have extended the social accounting matrix to take in the matrices that are related to natural capital accounting, the land accounting matrix, the water resources, the energy, the pollution. And these help us when we do scenarios and simulations, we show and then we can get the impact of both economic growth and economic development and investment to the natural capital, but also we look at the other end also and look at reduction and increase in natural capital and how it can increase economic growth. So we've done that. Now, this can be done by the technical people who have been helped, but the biggest need is also the appreciation at high level policymakers to uptake this. And what reports do you bring out? We've done reports, we've done policy briefs, we've done dissemination at high levels to make sure that our higher level policymakers, ourselves, that's number one, but also when it comes to the ministerial level, to the cabinet level, can they understand this? And there's high appreciation that we've noticed. We've seen natural capital management, environment, and climate change come strongly in our national development plan number 3 and number 4, the current one. And going now deep, we are seeing that the country is looking at, we have 4 areas that we want to invest in to multiply our GDP by 10 times in the next 10, 15 years. We have what we call the ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral sector development, and then science and technology. So we have now tailor-made models. One of them is monocap that we've worked on recently, and we use natural capital numbers and the matrices that I talked about. And also we've used these numbers to make reports like CCDR, the physical risk of climate change, those reports we've made. So integrating the numbers and the changes in stock and also the value of natural capital over time has been critical to make us get these numbers in the models, and therefore they find themselves in the reports that inform the economic policies, they inform both physical, the expenditure and the revenue. And this has been very, very helpful. But it doesn't come easy. It needs a lot of fast computing, like has been said by the previous speakers. But what is the other side, on the demand side? It needs continuous, advocacy to make this be appreciated at high level. I want to stop there and probably come back at a later time. But I want to thank you for the question and for giving me time to speak. Nicola, thank you so much for the work that we're doing. You'll talk about it much more in detail at some point. I know. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sam. So my next question is to Lisa. So I was going to ask you the same question about what differentiates countries that successfully move from accounts to action. Looks like you're ready for that question, so maybe I'll give that one to you. You can answer from a different perspective as well.
Okay. I can address that. Is this? Okay, great. Yeah, well, first off, thank you, Craig, and thanks for the organizers for the opportunity to be here today with all of you. The Natural Capital Alliance, where I'm based, is a collaboration among academic and implementation partners that aims to mainstream values of nature in decision-making at scale. So I'm very aligned with the work in this community. And I'll say that I've been with the Natural Capital Alliance for 15 years. It's existed for 20. And have just seen the shift, I think, thanks to the efforts of everybody in this room, where, 15 years ago, the conversations always started with, what is natural capital and like, why does it matter to me? And now in conversations with policymakers, with central banks, it's increasingly, I get the importance of this, but what do I do with it? What's the right action given my context? So really, really exciting to be having these discussions these next couple days. To get to your good question, Craig, about what differentiates countries that move from accounts to action, I'll share a little bit from NatCap's experiences over those 20 years in working in over 70 countries. I think these things that I'll highlight have been echoed by others earlier today, and it's exciting to see the growing numbers of examples that we have from all regions of the world. Two things that stand out are first, that these approaches are most likely to become embedded in institutional decision-making when they're really driven by a clear policy window or a mandate or a financing opportunity. So I think nobody wants to be doing accounting just for the sake of generating tables. It's really most powerful when we start with the question of how could a decision be improved both for nature and for people and livelihoods and economies by including natural capital information. And the second factor is really comes to leadership, and I think this, Claudine has touched on this as well, that from what we've seen, natural capital information is most likely to lead to action when it has it's embraced or guided by powerful or influential ministries such as Ministries of Finance and Ministries of Planning, and not siloed in Ministries of Environment or statistical agencies, but really bringing together all the different parts of government and the different sectors that have a stake in what happens with nature. And obviously when people at high levels of government are supported, things can happen fast, but to Valerie's point earlier about making natural capital information boring, making natural capital boring, what we've seen as well is when it's really embedded in the activities of the core staff in the ministries, that's when it becomes routine, it has durability, and these approaches can withstand, changes in administrations, changes in political whims. So those are, I think, two things that have stood out. One thing that I think might be surprising to some people is data is clearly really important, but it's not the high data countries versus the low data countries that are the ones that are more or less successful in moving to action. I'm trained as a plant ecologist, so I love data. I would never say no to more data, but data doesn't need to be a barrier to getting started, I believe, anywhere in the world. There's increasing data available, easy and accessible and cheap data that's available. There's lots of data already held in the governments, and it's really in bringing it together in these strategic ways, guided by that core question of how is it going to be used, how is it going to impact policy or finance, that I think is how it can be most effectively used. And then just asking the question of how can we get started, and then how can we improve over time. So using natural capital information can then help to identify where can new data be most strategically and cost effectively collected or acquired to improve over time, but really not the barrier to getting started. And I guess the last thing I'll say is that I think opportunities like this to really come together and celebrate successes and be clear about what challenges we have are so valuable. So really looking forward to talking about more examples and having discussions about where to go from here in the coming days.
Great, thank you so much, Lisa. It's interesting because while you were talking about, the evolution of how things have changed over time, it made me think about kind of the pitch lines we have in GPS of how this actually works. And it's interesting because you mentioned how natural capital was, struggling to be defined 15 years ago. And I think that we've evolved that way as well, even as an organization, because we really struggled about the transition from you build it and they will come. In other words, you build the account and then what are you going to use it for? And so my pitch these days is like, if you have to start with the policy question, then back it up and re-engineer the informational piece that you need to go into that. And, I think that while we're seeing a lot of really good use cases of using natural capital in the accounts and things like that, we just had our session 1 on that. I think now it's pivoting a bit. I think I would like to think that we've gotten there, but now it's more about the linkage with the instruments and finance. How are we going to pay for it, right? And I think that it's kind of evolving that way. And I think that's kind of what our day 2 is about. And I think that that's actually going to be quite interesting. And so, I've seen this transformation, and I think that it, really holds promise and things like that. But if anyone else has any other comments, I don't know, on the panel, sure, go ahead.
I think the how do we pay for it comment, I'm looking forward to the discussions on that, because I think there are a lot of opportunities. So I think fiscal policy will always play a really important role, public expenditure. So I think it's currently at about 99% of expenditure is coming from the public sector. But I think, and that will always be the case, but I do think that there are opportunities beyond that. And, coming back to, I think, a point that Lisa made, when we're talking to investors and we're talking to companies as well that are working particularly in emerging and developing economies, they get the case now. So they get the risk and they get the value. And the question they ask us is, well, what do we do about it? And I think that's where, coming back to where the challenges are, but also the opportunities, I think it's being able to show them, look, if you make this investment, it will increase the resilience of your supply chain, for example, or it will mean that, we were talking to mining companies recently, and, it will mean that their license to operate is strengthened. Their sustainability of their operations is strengthened from a financial perspective, not just an environmental perspective. But it's that question of, well, what specifically do we do? And I think that's where actually if we can bring more of all of that knowledge from the natural capital space into those decisions, I think there's a gap there that hasn't been bridged, and actually a huge opportunity.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because that was actually one of the questions that I have here. It says to anyone, and it's what are the remaining gaps and opportunities in aligning data, incentives, and the political economy in order to be able to scale success? And, these are some of the elements that are necessary. Getting the private sector engaged, and what is their internal ROI on data? What do I get out of this? I think that's a really interesting question, and how do you incentivize that? Because I think that, natural capital has really resided in the public sector space for a long time. So because as it is a public good, it remains as such, and the private sector remains, I think, skeptical as to how it would capitalize on that. But in the sense that it actually fits into their business model, and it's actually a part of their value chain in terms of being able to derive profits and revenues and things like that, that is where a lot of the opportunity lies. Yeah, that's right. I don't have any other questions, but did anyone else have any other comments that they would like to make? Dr. Sam, I believe you said you wanted to come in on something as well later.
Yeah,
The gap. That's, for me, that's very critical. The gap, like he said, is probably is more of, okay, we have the accounts, we can update them, we can get the data, we can be able to, the question is, okay, after put the reports on the table, so what happens? Is it just going to be an appreciation? Does it make my public finances flow to the investments? Or, that is the big challenge. And how do we govern that within our countries, given the different, the different needs? But also, when you move from the country level, the regional level, and the global level, how are we using this information? And I think for me, that's the gap we should be able now to fill, within these meetings and panels, and as I say, how are we using this information together to, for example, for emerging and developing economies, increase the financial flows, increase the domestic revenue, and in the policy, use the policy. For me, that's still a gap in my country. So, but we will be there. I stop there. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Claudine, you had something else you wanted to say?
Not really, but I'd like to say that though we highlighted, progress that were made by a number of countries when it comes to implementing and trying to integrate natural capital into decision making, we should not also forget just to highlight, the limited technical capacity that is really needed just to move forward, and all the analytical work behind having those accounts and be able just to translate information from the account to this policy decision. And again, the sustainable financing need required just to make sure that all we do is really sustainable. In many countries, of course, we really thank our partners, development, the World Bank, the African Development Bank. They've been providing really important support when it comes to technical assistance, capacity building, but moving forward, just to be able to implement our sustainable goals, we think sustainable financing and even any innovative instrument just to be able to sustain and institutionalize the natural capital accounting is key in this context. Thank you.
No, I think you're right. The capacity building aspect of this is incredibly important, and I think that what I've experienced is that having these, knowledge sharing exchanges and things like that, whether it's south-south or north-south or east-west, it's important to do. I just came from China. I was there last week, and they have a center that is specifically built for inbound and outbound information exchange. Because they have a lot of knowledge to provide the rest of the world on how to do land restoration, and I think that the rest of the world would like to be able to provide it with information on how land restoration experiences are going in other places in the world as well, like it's in Africa. So I think that this information exchange is really important, but it's also kind of a really good lead-in and segue about, say, like the technological aspects of natural capital, right? And that's actually one of the reasons why we have a tech session in this forum. Is we've invited people who are on the cutting edge of technology and basically data acquisition. And what technologies, how can we leverage AI and these other types of models to be able to curate data for all these different questions that we have in a much more cost-effective way? Because we know 15 years ago, when we were defining natural capital, everything was like by hand, literally, and now we don't have to do that. We get eyes in the sky and all kinds of things that we can basically leverage to be able to curate this data. And this is something that we'll hopefully learn from in our session as well. I think it's later this afternoon on leveraging the different technologies to be able to do these types of things.
So coming back to the point on fiscal policy, if I may, I think one of the examples which I think has been really instructive on climate that perhaps we could learn from on nature. And I hope you don't mind, Claudine, if I mention another case in Rwanda, which I think is a fantastic example. So I think what Rwanda has done on climate is really fascinating. It's taking fiscal policy but looking at it in a much broader way. So it sort of starts with the data and the public expenditure, but then there's been a really sort of comprehensive analysis of, okay, so there are these risks, there are these development paths that we want to follow. What is the role of the public sector versus the private sector? So public expenditure is part of it, but then thinking about what fiscal policy instruments can be used to mobilize more private capital into this as well. So for example, the development of a sustainable finance taxonomy, there's the sustainability linked bond, which I believe was supported by the World Bank with credit enhancement, the role of the national development plays as well in mobilizing the private sector in. So I think when you sort of, as a next step, thinking about that wider fiscal policy and how can you use all of the different levers that governments have within Ministries of Finance and other ministries to look both at mobilizing public capital, but also importantly, the private capital. And I would love to hear, I don't know, Claudine, if you have any perspectives on to what extent that's happening on nature as well in Rwanda, and if there is that sort of linking to the private sector side.
Yeah, thank you very much for highlighting Rwanda as a case, and thank you very much for trying also just to explain what's really going under reforms or the reform under the fiscal policy as well. As she highlighted, well, natural capital accounting has been a key instrument even to design our green taxonomy and our nature and finance and climate finance strategy as well. And this is linked indirectly and directly to, what the private sector is doing, even this kind of motivation and the incentive to invest into the green, to promote the green investment as well. So we have our Rwanda green facility, and this is really playing a key role in trying to do this interconnection between the green investment and together with the Rwanda Development Bank as well. So you will see this kind of framework that was created, but through the Ministry of Finance that really embedded the natural capital accounting, and it tried to create this kind of framework by inviting the private sector and linking all those things with all the kind of incentives and those instruments that, this was done under the Ministry of Finance as well, but the private sector is there and the development partners as well. So Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning is playing a key role. I'm not sure whether I have responded to your question, but this is how it's done. Yeah, and she highlighted also this IMF, the Resilience and the Sustainability Trust Fund. That was also, a kind of response to this nature-based solution that was also influenced by this natural capital accounting as well. So, and the sustainability-linked instrument as well. So I think this macro framework were really shaped, and all the reform under the macro framework, I can say that 90% are made due to this natural capital accounting journal that we're making. Thank you.
Oh, I don't want to get in the way of people and lunch, but your point about the Ministry of Finance and this question about like the natural capital as public benefits, but also how do we unlock the private finance from the private sector is making me think about some of the numbers that you showed, Nicola, in your talk this morning about, the huge subsidies that are impacting natural capital and the ways that in some ways governments are paying twice. They're paying in ways that are harming natural capital and then paying again to undo some of those damages. And so the opportunity for this kind of information to harmonize some of the expenditures and then open up ways for private funding to come in and support those goals, I think is a big one. And yes, like you said, Nicola, one where figuring out how to do that is, I think, the key. It's not an easy answer, but I think it's an important one to address.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm heeding the warning of lunch, so I'm going to give Sam one more opportunity if he would like to come in with any final words for us.
Thank you so much. You're heading for lunch, I'm heading for breakfast. But one of the things is for us really to be able to use our data and natural accounts and the reports that we're getting out of this high-level political involvement is critical. Example, Rwanda is clear, and we need to be able as a community to support this in many countries that we are supporting and working in. Capacity building is very critical. both in terms of the accounts themselves, but of the tools that can be able to use these accounts, interpretation, and also being able to move up to the end point, influencing policy, but especially on the fiscal policy, both the revenue side, domestic, external, and how it's being used as expenditure is very, very critical. But natural capital accounts are very, very important, and we should continue supporting the account development and use. Thank you so much for having me on the panel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sam. Is there anyone else have any final words that they would like to? Yes, go ahead, Claude.
When she highlighted things related to opportunity, just I had something in mind. We have many frameworks, but all those frameworks converging towards requesting or requiring data on natural assets. We have the climate finance, we have sustainable finance, we have biodiversity finance. So, and what will be needed in the near future, maybe, can we pull, all those frameworks and make sure that all those converge towards requesting the natural capital information to inform, all the targets towards same agenda, which is the sustainable development goals. So I think all those frameworks, maybe countries really need just to understand that number of frameworks should converge towards requesting data from the natural capital. And something else is the existing partnership. We have different partners. We have the World Bank. We have the African Development Bank that is now a continental leader on this community of practice. And so all those partners, development partners, maybe countries also need to understand how to tackle, any assistance or any partnership that really help countries just to move forward and they upgrade the work under the natural capital accounting. Thank you.
Anyone else? The silence speaks. Okay, so yeah, I agree. So thank you very much. This was a very informative session. I thought it was very enlightening, and I thought that this was great. And so now we'll break for lunch, and we'll see everyone back here at 1:45. So we'll have about an hour and things like that. But thank you once again to all the panelists, and thank you, Dr. Sam, for joining us virtually. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was wondering whether we could corral or herd all the cats into the room and start the afternoon session. I'm going to start with good morning, afternoon, and evening, and welcome to session 2, Frontiers in Natural Capital Accounting. As my slot is coming after lunch, and I think in one of the prime jet lag periods of the day, I'm hoping everyone's got their caffeine levels topped up. I think I might have overdosed slightly on mine, so forgive me if I speak a little bit quickly. This morning we heard why natural capital matters, the importance of measurement and visibility. But a critical point was made to me, I think, which is obvious to myself, but maybe not to others outside this room, but that this is one of the defining challenges of our generation. And to meet this challenge, again, borrowing from one of the presenters this morning, Valerie, we need to make the boring great again. And these two statements seem to be somewhat contradictory, where we have a challenge of our generations, and yet we're trying to make it compelling to decision makers. So this session asks what comes next. How do we tackle this generational challenge? How do we integrate natural capital accounting decision making? And what can we learn to improve implementation? Again, reflecting on this morning, it's really heartening to hear experiences from a range of countries where natural capital accounts provide clear and actionable information and make it easier to make clear decisions. And now we have 4 case studies from 4 very different contexts: oceans, agricultural landscapes, national trade policy, and the frontiers of data technology. But they share a common logic, that nature attracts attention it deserves from policymakers, investors, and institutions when it becomes visible, measurable, and economically intelligible. Each of our speakers have been working in that frontier. They are turning ecosystems into accounts, watersheds into evidence, and biodiversity data into decision support tools. And in doing so, they are showing that the barriers to natural capital accounting are falling, not because the challenge has gotten easier, but because the tools, the incentives, and the urgency have grown. So I'll introduce our panel first. First, Ben Milligan, Executive Secretary of the Global Accounts Partnership. So Ben serves as the Executive Secretary to the Global Oceans Account Partnership, the leading international initiative supporting countries to develop comprehensive policy-related accounts for their ocean and coastal resources. And I'll introduce Dr. Sumia. Is a senior economist with the World Bank's Environment Department, where she conducts field-based research at the intersection of environment and development economics across Asia and Africa. And I'll introduce Elif, Head of Department of EU Single Market and Green Deal. So Elif brings a different frontier into focus. That is what happens when a major emerging economy decides to embed natural capital thinking into its trade and industrial policy. And finally, but by very much not least, Harsh, the global lead data and tech environment World Bank Group, who brings us to what may be the most foundational frontier of all, the data infrastructure that makes natural capital accounting possible at scale. So I've been asked to use my moderator's superpower this afternoon to slightly restructure the session and give our panelists plenty of time to talk about their experience rather than mine. So with that, I'm happy to hand over to Ben, who will give the first presentation.
Thanks so much, Alex. And can I just say a big thank you to World Bank colleagues for pulling this event together, and also to our generous hosts from the Government of Thailand and other stakeholders. The last time I was at this event, or this version of the event, I think was in 2017, and what was probably the second World Bank Global Policy Forum, and it's been fascinating reflecting as I was looking through my emails on what themes remain the same and what has changed quite radically over the course of those several years. And one of the things that has moved a lot is a whole area of thematic application of structured accounting systems and decision support systems, which are referred to, at least in the collaboration structure I'm about to talk about, as ocean accounting. I'll explain the nuances of how that's defined versus natural capital accounting in a moment, but the GOAP, if I go to the next slide, it was established in 2019, and it's a bit of an unusual international collaboration structure in that it combines elements of high-level intergovernmental discussion with very technical processes around improving the state of the art of bringing together social, economic, and environmental information to support decision-making beyond gross domestic product. And that has advantages and disadvantages in terms of how we advance a natural capital agenda, but one of the advantages is a quite tight institutional coupling between political discussions around this issue and very technical ones so that they can cross-reinforce one another. So we're an open voluntary partnership. I represent the Secretariat. Everything I'm about to say is a personal view reflecting on the global partnership experience and obviously does not reflect any of the members. But we at the Secretariat are accountable to some co-chairs. The current co-chairs are the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in Indonesia, which is probably by head count the largest ocean-related ministry in the world. And also by the Charles Darwin Foundation for the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador, which is a non-governmental organisation with important responsibilities around managing pristine biodiversity of the Galapagos. We have 47 institutional members. Most of those are national government ministries, sometimes multiple ministries from the same country. Our most recent member, only a few months ago, was the Republic of Peru. And the way the partnership works is fundamentally through communities of practice. So we have communities in practice in the major geographic clusters of our global membership, and then it's incumbent on the Secretariat to try and stitch together and maintain coherence between those community of practice in terms of cross-cutting issues like driving technical progress and also around strengthening South-South collaboration, which is a big theme of current partnership activities. One of the things we respond to as a partnership, and this relates, I guess, to the leader engagement discussions from previous sessions, is we have now quite clear and quite ambitious political commitments around ocean accounting as an instrument that's going to help us solve a range of development challenges. So the first quote I put on screen here is directly from the UN Ocean Conference Political Declaration from last year in Nice. And you see immediately by diplomatic standards the quite strong language coming through from member countries around the quote-unquote criticality as an instrument of national ocean accounting to support a range of primary management or policy or development outcomes. And across the partnership and globally, there are also a growing number of different levels of formality of regional commitments around ocean accounting. So in some cases, it's embedded in the intergovernmental collaboration structures for regional seas management. And as you see here in the second quote, there's also a range of track 2 diplomacy or track 1.5 diplomacy outcomes that highlight the need for multi-country technical collaboration to advance ocean accounting. But all of this begs the question, what am I actually talking about when we talk about ocean accounting? And the very clear sentiment in the partnership architecturally is that ocean accounting is not just accounting for ocean ecosystems in a coherent way. Ocean is our thematic lens, but at the heart of any of the analytical work that underpins the partnership's activity, it's a very comprehensive capitals or multi-capitals approach. And the statistical and other work being advanced by members' countries is very much focused on natural capital accounting in accordance with relevant global standards as a key element, but increasingly on understanding and structuring, using national accounting principles, a range of social and demographic data that's really important for advancing poverty alleviation and equity objectives of countries. And also conventional efforts to improve the quality of macroeconomic statistics for the ocean, because in many of our members, the ocean economy, even in terms of traditional statistics, is quite invisible, because ocean impacting or ocean connected sectors are treated in diverse ways by the system of national accounts and the industrial classifications that underpin those accounts. So just like we do for tourism, where you have to stitch together different data across different lines of national accounting, you have to do the same for the ocean. And so our technical agenda really crosses all of these elements of both stocks, social, nature, economy, and all the flows that interconnect them. So for our purposes, natural capital accounting is a really important subset of broader ocean accounting. In terms of implementation, both within the partnership and more generally in non-members, the only way really to describe progress of national efforts over the past few years has been rapid acceleration. So this is taken from a global baseline assessment that the partnership did for itself, looking at what is going on around the world in terms of bringing together social, economic and environmental statistics for ocean development in line with international standards. And the shading here doesn't represent any kind of value judgment. It's representing different components of ocean accounts in our ocean accounts framework maintained by the partnership, and which countries are emphasising what. And you can see here quite immediately that a real epicenter of the more comprehensive conception of ocean accounting is in Southeast Asia, although that's changing very quickly with now more than 50 countries advancing on this agenda. Another element which I really want to highlight for the present audience is when we talk about development of these kinds of instruments, there's a lot of focus on the standards, and there's a lot of focus on the outputs, the dashboards, the reports, the headline numbers that persuade decision makers. But if that's really going to embed in the boring work of government and other institutions over time, we really have to be thinking around what accounting looks like beyond GDP for the ocean as functional infrastructure. And this has a lot of different components. So at one level, there is a huge piece of work around just basic data interoperability. And the data inputs are super diverse. You might have huge global data sets, vector or raster of extent of different ecosystems, all the way through to community sentiments about their traditional knowledge around how their ocean is changing. So you have high heterogeneity data objects that need to go into the accounts. A big area of work for us is how we get qualitative statements from local communities into national accounting structures, which is often provokes a lot of eyebrows in the international statistical community. But so there's data operability. We need all the quality control and quality assurance that engages around numbers that inform big decisions. Your stereotypical accounts that everyone in this audience is reasonably familiar with, and then a really diverse range of different outputs, whether that's interactive maps or reports and so on. So I like this diagram because it's really important actually to our operations all around the membership of this is building infrastructure. This is building infrastructure at a consumption of data end and at a production and ingestion of data end. And it goes so much further beyond standards for just national statistics. And that conception's important if we're going to really mainstream this into government rather than, or going beyond, I guess, the ad hoc project by project approach. I'll give a few examples before I get to the tail end of a few forward-looking comments. Within the partnership, probably it's fair to say that the most ambitious effort to mainstream ocean accounting into the heart of national policy, and this is really driven from the heart of government, is Indonesia. So the Indonesian conception of ocean accounting, in line with the UN statements I was mentioning earlier, and they really championed this politically, is that ocean accounts are the foundational infrastructure for all other government decision-making around the ocean, point one, and also a data infrastructure that reduces costs for investors in the ocean economy. So there's this dual purpose conception of what is fundamentally a public sector-led data infrastructure. And you can see here on this diagram the whole range of different applications that are quite cross-cutting to different line ministries and different functions within government, and entail different decision products sitting on top of that infrastructure. Another rapidly emerging area of analytical interest amongst governments in the partnership, and this links squarely back to discussions from this morning, is around identifying macroeconomic dependencies on ecosystems. And this Sankey diagram you see on screen, I'm showing this one because most of the versions of this are not yet public, but this one is. This is an Australia-wide mapping of ecosystems on one side, using the global ecosystem typology, and economic sectors on the other side, and what ecosystems provide what services to which economic sectors. This is not ocean specific, actually. It's all ecosystems, because the difference between doing ocean and all ecosystems was not vast in terms of effort. But this kind of analysis, not as an ad hoc assessment, but as a standing capability of government within reproducible, auditable systems, is really starting to drive some serious changes in fiscal decision-making around investment in the ocean, and requests made of the multilateral development finance architecture in the low and middle income countries in the partnership. And there'll probably be a lot more about this over the coming year in the public domain, but I just wanted to give a safe public highlight version of this. So this is a practical example of what we were talking about before this. How are we getting a handle on tracking dependencies and, by extension, risks? Another rapidly growing area of interest is, if governments are investing in ocean accounts compilation for their own purposes, what are the immediate value adds in terms of leveraging that same infrastructure to aggregate their understanding of what's happening related to nature in the ocean or other activities, and increasing cost effectiveness and auditability and inspectability for investment? And apologies for the really crude top level terminology here, institutional scale investments. I'm not referring to institutional investors there, but what this is meant to convey is that for quite a few of the countries in the partnership, once you've developed the public sector accounting infrastructure, it doesn't take a lot of effort to then leverage that same infrastructure with a bit of transactional capability, not much software development, into carbon markets, payments for ecosystem services, informing the KPIs of debt finance instruments, parametric insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So you're seeing this transition driven through the partnership membership of each one of those project verticals or instrument verticals having their own metrics, to cost reductions because we have cross-cutting metrics infrastructure that is supporting scaling of the investment itself, because you're getting the level of heterogeneity in the investment metrics down, which enables scaling up. So that's a really rapidly evolving area. Let me throw in the equity dimension here, because this is also an important point that needs to be made. In many investments in nature-based solutions or nature outcomes, the role of local communities and the flow of finance to local communities is really missing, frankly. This is a well-documented problem. And there is strong political sentiment in the partnership that accounts are a vehicle for providing data systems that can be populated and maintained by local communities, then through into government. And with the right technology linkages into payment systems and settlement systems, you start driving the transaction costs down of very local projects. And in Southeast Asia alone, there are thousands of community-scale nature-based solutions projects. The strategic sentiment driving this is, imagine a world where we could cost-effectively integrate all of those into portfolios with common metrics and then drop institutional scale capital on the top. Now, that's a pipe dream currently. There are many legal, regulatory hurdles to that, a lot of metrics hurdles, but it's actually something that's being piloted as a thought experiment with colleagues in the government of Vanuatu around how can we take something that a local community can measure and run it through that whole enormous journey through different mechanisms to something that at an aggregate level, someone in a pension fund boardroom could actually have a look at and then inspect all the way down from a provenance point of view. And final slide, to do that requires a lot of infrastructure, right? We need to, consistent with my slide before, move beyond accounts or natural capital analysis as a bespoke exercise into something that is maintained by the appropriate balance of private and public sector infrastructure. So supported by the significant investment from the UK government and others, one of the things the partnership has been doing is actually developing an open source, open license code base to do this across the membership for all interested countries. And one of the interesting things is there that the uptake has been similar across OECD country members all the way down to least developed country members. And there's a real focus on sovereign deployment of what is called in the partnership a spatial data framework to build pipelines of natural capital information that are auditable, inspectable, and composable, again, to get costs down and transparency up, so there is greater utility of this information beyond the stereotypical use cases of public sector planning. And not a lot of this is public currently. It's very caught up in appropriate sensitivities in government process. A lot of the numbers are in themselves sensitive, but I strongly suspect members will want to talk about this a lot more over the coming year. So there's a lot going on in the ocean, and yeah, really welcome dialogue on what elements of this might be resonant beyond the ocean. Thanks.
Just a couple of reflections on that. I think the remembering about the importance of political signals, both at the multilateral level, but also at the country level, to really drive the sort of natural capital approach. The importance of it is really important. The other is around the sort of the Sankey diagram and the linking of ecosystem services to economic sectors, which is a really interesting way of making the case, and I think is actually quite credible for particularly Ministries of Finance and central banks. And the final point about IPLCs, Indigenous people and local communities, their involvement in natural capital accounting process, but also the way you described the overlaying of a portfolio over a whole range of activities, relevant not only to oceans, but also to terrestrial ecosystems and smallholders as well, a way of sort of amalgamating investments. It's really, really interesting. I'll now pass over to Sumia, who's going to take us from the oceans to the agricultural frontier.
Thanks for that, Alex. In this presentation, I'm going to present a few examples of how we are using environmental, economic, and social microdata that is nationally representative in order to generate evidence that informs investments and policies to improve the livelihoods of the poor while better managing natural resources. And I'm going to start here by presenting an example from Mongolia. And the larger context here is to make a case, and this particular piece of work has fed into informing a policy and investment dialogue that's ongoing in the country at the moment. And what it makes the case for is to better coordinate investments and policies in rangeland management, which traditionally come under cross between environment and ag ministries, along with better investments in silvopastoralism, which traditionally sits in agriculture ministries. And the reason for this is because if you think about the rangeland systems in Mongolia, livestock graze on open rangelands during the summer and then are stall-fed in the winters. And as the productivity of grasslands is going down, partly due to climate change and also partly due to overstocking of livestock heads, which itself is an endogenous process. No, the cause and the effect are kind of related to each other here. What ends up happening is that there is increasing pressure to provide more fodder while you stall feed in the winters. And because there isn't enough sufficient production of quality livestock for stall feeding, the animal loses a lot of weight in the winter. And so when the springtime comes, it's going to gorge, and that further puts pressure on the rangelands. So you're caught in a fairly vicious trap where cause and effect sort of all start reinforcing one another. And the only way to break it is to make well-coordinated investments in rangelands while you make those same investments in agropastoralism and silvopastoralism. And the analysis that we did for this to show this was to really use data that's been collected by Ministry of Statistics and the Ministry of Agriculture, bring it together in order to show that the burden, so it's not just that the burden of poor access to rangelands is the highest for the poorest households. The poorest households also face the greatest burden when it comes to purchasing fodder for stall feeding. So in a sense, you're caught in a double whammy situation where the poor are really taking the biggest hit. And so making these coordinated investments would actually reduce poverty. In fact, these effects are, they're not here on the graph, but these effects are actually strongest for poorest female-headed households, which is all the more another big reason why you want to make these investments, because they're in general poverty reducing and will sort of help pastoral households, which are about at least 30% of Mongolia's households are pastoral. This is another example of work that we did with the lovely Jihye Kwan here sitting, AJ, sitting here with us, where we, again, brought together data on environmental amenities and poverty at the household level to inform policies and regulations as well as investments in Nepal. And so probably very innovatively, we partnered together with the poverty department at the bank, and we implemented a nationally representative survey which collects data on poverty and environmental amenities at the same unit of measurement, which is the household. Typically, what happens when we're looking at poverty and environmental amenities is the poverty data comes from a survey and environmental data usually comes from remote sensing and satellites. And there you run into the aggregation problem. I'm not going to go into details on that, but that creates all kinds of measurement issues and it compounds inference when you're looking at policy problems. So we sort of, because there was this poverty survey going on at the same time, we kind of came together. It also helped us kind of, just improve, just leveraging off one another in order to be more effective. And we implemented the survey at the request of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, who wanted to know, well, how many households continue to use our community forests in order to extract different kinds of products that are really important for their livelihoods. But we'd also noticed anecdotally that lots of households have their own private trees, and nobody really knew how large that number is. And so we went ahead and we did this work, and we found that about 39% of households continue to use community forests for livelihoods, but 50% of households have their own private trees. And the good news is when you have your own private trees, you tend to extract far fewer products from community forests. Because why would you walk further and carry things on your head when you can get it off your own ground, own land? We also found that the poorest households were the most dependent on forests, while private trees are owned by richer and poorer households. And this is really important because if you look at what's happened in Nepal, agroforestry extension has not really been offered. So just offering this kind of extension is a great opportunity to increase incomes for really poor households, while also contributing to reducing pressure on trees, so in a sense, on forests. So in a sense, the solutions to better forest management don't just lie in Ministries of Environment, they also lie in Ministries of Agriculture by the kinds of things that you can coordinate and kind of do together. And the insights from this work supported the updating of the forest regulation in Nepal, and as well as informed a bunch of afforestation activities which were being implemented in the flatlands of Nepal, where historically deforestation has been the highest. In another example, this is from Ethiopia, where again we brought together data on environmental amenities and poverty in order to generate evidence that ended up supporting the design of a payment for ecosystem services legislative framework, which colleagues in the earlier session today morning were actually talking about. So using this nationally representative data set that looks at land degradation, land restoration, and poverty, there were a couple of key things that we found. One, that restoration of cropland, which has been a big part of land restoration activities in Ethiopia. There's also lots of activities on community land, but certainly there's been a lot of effort to increase the productivity of crop, or increase soil health on cropland simply to raise agricultural productivity. And what we found was that smallholder land restoration or cropland restoration is highly dependent on female labor because household labor does it and women tend to do it. And this should not come surprising because the average farmer in the world at the moment is a woman, it's not a man. More and more men are performing off-farm activities for wages, while more and more female household labor is working on farms or continues to work on farms. And the other thing that we wanted to look at, which was really important when you think about cropland restoration, is that, sure, improving the soil health on cropland would improve yields, but it just takes time. It doesn't happen immediately. But the activity needs to be done today, and there are costs to doing it, which is hard for small households that are poor and are often credit-strapped. So we wanted to also understand how long does it take for these activities to bear benefits, so to speak, when the costs are upfront. And what we found was that when you do the activity, the year in which you implement these restoration activities, so this could be things like bunding, contouring, cover cropping, crop rotation, low-till, no-till agriculture, all the things that you do to increase soil carbon content and soil health in general. They don't produce, in fact, in the immediate moment after you do the task, say within a year or two, there are really no effects, and in fact, the effects can also be negative, and it's got to do with the particular agronomy of how these practices work. But the yields increase, it just takes time. And you start seeing them increasing in the 4th year after you do these activities. So the activities, the costs of doing them are being borne right now, but the benefits are going to take time. And one of the things that we discovered was that households that implement these activities on their land, if they're also enrolled into social safety nets programs, actually the contemporaneous losses in revenue are lower, simply because these little payments, which are generally cash for work payments, help households tide over tough times when you're actually doing these activities. And so this is really a larger story of thinking about land restoration as a part of a broader rural development strategy, rather than just looking at it as something that's piecemeal, which is held in the Ministry of Agriculture or in the Ministry of Environment. It's really about coordinating it with other activities that are happening out there. And then I'm finally going to end with sort of talking about China and policy lessons here in China. This was a piece of work that we did. I think it was mentioned earlier, and Craig was, when he was moderating the session, talked about how we had this World Bank China Knowledge Center, which is really about exchanging learning and information, both inbound, what can China learn from the world, and what does China have to offer to the rest of the world as well. And one of the things that becomes really interesting to study in this context is this really interesting program in China that has been around for about 20, 25 years now, which is alternatively called the Green for Grain, or Grain for Green, I can never remember the order in which it comes, Grain for Green program, and or it's also alternatively called the Sloping Lands Conversion Program. It's essentially one of the largest agricultural land retirement programs in the world, where degraded agricultural land farmers were paid to stop cultivating land and instant plant trees. And so the question then is, well, how has that program worked? What can we learn from the successes and the lessons learned that the Chinese have learned from implementing these programs, and what does it mean in terms of transferring this to other low and middle income country contexts? And so what we learned through just looking at the literature, both in English and in Chinese, that's been published on these programs, and this has been extensively written about, is that land retirement programs, and you have sort of assisted natural regeneration on these lands, the direct payments from tree planting themselves have quite limited effect. And in a sense, this is good because this program was designed with a very clear intent, which is that the payments for planting trees were really a transitional bridge. They were not meant to necessarily be the things that make people branch into alternative activities. And alongside this land retirement program, there were significant investments in just human capital, that is training and reskilling smallholders to go do other things. And this was done with a fairly realistic timeline and fiscal commitment, because these are the kinds of transitions that take 15 to 20 years to happen. And learning by doing, real-time adaptive management while implementing, having very clear sets of responsibilities across different levels of governments and agencies, and just coordinating this massive sort of institutional infrastructure to make this happen is what it takes. So in terms of being able to retire degraded land out of agriculture in order to produce environmental amenities. It's perfectly possible, but that's what it takes. And so in terms of the transferable lessons, it's really useful to think about what are we capable of doing in a particular context before we commit to this kind of scope. I'm going to end with that there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Samia. Really, really interesting again, and struck by a number of things. One is your point about the disproportionate impact of recovery schemes on the poorest and on women across China, Mongolia, and the case studies. The second is around the time gap for interventions and the importance of sort of transition plans, or a very focused approach to that. And we've seen through experience in other countries as well, as one of the key obstacles is, how do you maintain livelihoods during that transition to a more sustainable agricultural production? And I think also your point about the microdata, I think will hopefully complement Harsh's presentation later on the geospatial side, and the fact that that geospatial data and AI and algorithms it can't do everything, and that the microdata and on the ground surveys and information is critical to building that full picture. If I could now hand over to Elif. You're up next.
Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to present to you Turkey's case with respect to circular economy transition, circular economy policies. Actually, circular economy transition, this new economic model is, of course, really important because it helps us to maintain our capital, our natural capital as much as possible by shifting to making the resource efficiency our main policy. It's also really important, important complementary policy for climate change. When we have a look at the numbers, 70% of our emissions are due to resource use. And we see that there is an increasing, accelerating pace of resource use as we continue to produce more. We expect that the resource use is expected to reach 45 kilograms per person in 2060. Although we see there is an increasing use of recycled materials in the recent years, like for instance between 2018 and 2021, the recycled materials use has been increased by 200 million tons. But so did the use of materials and at an higher pace. Meaning that we have a decrease in our circularity rate. In 2025, it has been reported as 6.9% in a circularity gap report. Therefore, we found that decarbonization of energy-intensive industry should be complemented, should be coupled with circular economy transition in order to go through the fight with climate change and to maintain our natural capital. So with respect to Turkey, our circular economy transition policies are mostly related with our relationship with the EU. We have an association agreement since 1963, and we have a customs union for 3 decades. The main instrument in our customs union is that Turkey aligns with EU technical legislation, and this brings us as a free movement of goods for industrial and processed agriculture goods. So this makes Turkey as the biggest supplier of the EU in the closest proximity, because our exports are 43% of our exports are destined to the EU, and this share increases in textile and apparel to 48%, and in automotive 72%. So that's why circular economy transition is both a climate change policy for Turkey, but also an economic policy to maintain its share in the EU market. We have already set our climate policies. In 2021, Turkey adopted the Paris Agreement, and in line with EU Green Deal policies, we have adopted our Green Deal Action Plan. Actually, our ministry, Ministry of Trade has been coordinating the efforts to adopt the Green Deal Action Plan and the implementation of the Green Deal Action Plan. We have just recently adopted our climate law, which sets the framework for the adoption of our emissions trading system, expected to be implemented this year in a pilot phase, and of course sets the framework for the general climate policies of Turkey. Of course, we had the goal to reach net zero in 2053. When we have a look at the circular economy with respect to EU framework, actually it's a new phenomenon. It's a new economic model, and it's really complicated. It's not only about the production phase, but about the extensive rules within the product life cycle, from resource extraction to production methodology and to the end of life management. That's why it's different from the already existing EU legislation that we have been aligning to. It involves detailed rules about durability, reusability, and presence of hazardous substances, energy, water, resource use efficiency, and minimum recycled content requirements, mostly based on post-consumer recycled contents, carbon footprint, environmental footprint rules. And all these are also combined with digitalization, digitalization of data, with digital product passport. So all these are actually our main starting point for Turkey to go through the circular economy transition. It's the reason why we had a partnership with the World Bank to evaluate this circular economy transition on Turkish economic trade and industry, and there had been 2 reports, and I would like to present to you brief results of these reports actually. So the first report was on the circular economy policies on Turkish economy, trade and industry, as I have mentioned. And basically in this report, computable general equilibrium model has been used. And in this report, cost of different circular economy policies has been evaluated, and in their impacts on primary and secondary material use and on carbon emissions. So the baseline scenario had been between 2014 and 2030. The mitigation scenario had been the NDC scenario, where Turkey aims to decrease carbon emissions by 21%. And there is the circular economy scenario, where the report evaluated is that if Turkey uses the demand and supply side policies. So what we mean by demand side and supply side policies is demand side policies is when we change the design and to increase the product life cycle, lifetime extension, so that the products could be used as much as possible and to decrease the demand of consumption. But supply side policies is more to change the production methodology and use less resources. Bringing material extraction tax or product subsidy for use of secondary materials. And the report had found that if the circular economy policies could only bring more benefits if the demand side and supply side policies are combined. So what were the main results? One of the results had been that the cost of a circular economic transition is actually is bringing a GDP decline by approximately 1.6%. This is basically because of decrease in demand. So this is a new economic model where there is economic expansion with increase in production and increase in consumption. But rather, in this model, you need to decrease production and decrease consumption, but increase value added and decrease pressure on environments and decrease the externalities that the environmental problems cause and decrease the problems on public health. So yes, there is a decline in GDP, but this doesn't take into account the positive things that the decrease in consumption and production brings. If demand side and supply side policies has been used, the reduction of material use by up to 14% by 2030, and this increase in secondary production up to 18% in steel sector, which is already using pretty much of secondary material in Turkey. If Turkey aims to decrease the NDC scenario 21%, but if it's been combined with circular economy policies, it will add up to our goal to decrease carbon emissions by 7%. So this actually shows the importance of circular economy policies with respect to resource use and climate change mitigation goals. So this report also takes into account some specific sectors, mostly energy-intensive sectors, and also plastics and chemicals. I will not go into detail for this. The second one, the second report that we have worked with World Bank was on the exposure of circular economy policies of the EU. And focusing mainly on our main trading goods, which are textiles and apparel and automotive sectors. World Bank team also had the chance to travel to Turkey and had the interview with the relevant stakeholders, companies, to receive their experiences about circular economy. So there had been two models here. First one had been the light transition, where the aim had been on increasing efficiency of use of resources and increase in reuse and recycling. But for this, the recommendations had been on increasing technology for recycling ecosystem and digitalization for efficient resource use. Scaling investments for small companies, because these types of investments are easier for big companies, but they need the smaller companies, SMEs, are the ones mainly facing trouble in making the investments. And there is, of course, need for coordination between Turkey and the EU to make the policies work, and coordination among ministries. Actually, our ministry is basically trying to understand EU policies and make it more understandable for different ministries, and define the main policies to take action. For the ambitious transition is the actually investing more in innovation and research and development, and redesigning products. So instead of only increasing reuse and recycling, but shifting the focus to innovation and technology. So, but then this requires investment on green and digital skills to produce those goods and to get use of the digital tools, and investment on research and development and providing tailored financing opportunities to finance those innovations. And also, of course, important to ensure coherence of policies among different ministries, and to bring forward clear policy signals to convince the private sector to make those investments is really critical in that sense. So when we come at a conclusion, circular economy transition is really important for Turkey to be in the to continue to be in the supply chain of the EU, but it's also important for the EU, is an opportunity for the EU to, if it brings Turkey on board, because it's the biggest supplier, and circular economy is a network economy, so it's not possible to shift to circular economy transition without making sure that you have partners that are on the same road with you. So this is really important. And it's also important that one policy is not suitable for every sector and every company of different size. So in certain cases, certain tailored policies should be followed in order to make sure of smooth transition. So main focus areas with respect to our circular economy transition is, of course, securing supply of secondary raw materials, because now, of course, we aim to decrease the resource use and ensure resource efficiency. But then the value of waste as a secondary material is increasing. What we focus is to increase the efficiency of our domestic waste management, and there are also changes in EU's policies on waste shipments, where there will be restrictions on certain raw material type of waste, like steel scrap or aluminum scrap, which are critical to decrease carbon dioxide emissions. There are also policies to ensure that our textile sector could reach post-consumer textiles, and to produce next generation fibers and less resource used fibers. And also we are on a pilot phase for deposit and return system for beverage bottles to be more common in a couple of years, which will be really important for us too. So as I have said, due to customs union, we already have a regulatory alignment process, and all these circular economy transitions are related with the trade. So we are trying to ensure that we follow the same rules with the EU. So we are aligning. We are on a phase to align with EU legislation. Of course, within that phase, it's not only about regulatory alignment, but also to ensure that we set the ground, we set the infrastructure to meet the requirements of all those legislation. So in that respect, digital traceability and digitalization is really important to receive the data that the products are compliant, and that to receive the data to have a digital product passport, to receive the data to ensure that the companies could shift their production methodology to decrease their resource use and to make the necessary evaluations. And of course, we will need to investments on innovation and research and development, and we need new green and digital skills to get use of those technologies. So, as I have said, we have a Green Deal action plan that we have adopted in 2021, and we are updating the action plan. We will add sustainable education and just transition headings, and we will add digitalization instruments on each setting. I will not go into detail for this one. We have a zero waste initiative that had been coordinated by our Ministry of Environment. With the zero waste initiative, the recycling rate has been increased from 13% to 36%, and there are continuous efforts to increase the awareness and trainings, and the target is to go to 60% in 2035 and 70% in 2053. Actually, this initiative has also been an international one, and 30 March is celebrated as International Zero Waste Day. So this is an initiative that had been bring to the ground by Turkey in the United Nations. And we have a Green Deal, Circular Economy Strategy and Action Plan. This is also coordinated by Ministry of Environment, but of course this is coordinated among different ministries with certain priority sectors, packaging, vehicles, construction, electronics, textile, and plastics. So with this action plan, the main aim is, of course, setting the roadmap for these specific sectors for main actions. We aim to bring new jobs, and up to $7.7 billion added value is expected by economic utilization of collected waste and reduced operational waste management costs. And there is also, of course, an investment need for up to $3.9 billion to upgrade the production technologies and waste management activities. So, of course, we have a COP in November this year in Turkey. This will be an important opportunity for us to bring also circular economy and efficient resource use as an important action agenda to be followed in a global way. And we'll be happy to see you in November in Turkey. And I would like to conclude by saying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elif. Again, extremely interesting, and just a couple of observations in terms of the entry point for natural capital discussions. Often it's through departments of environment, and ministries of environment, but the sort of economic imperative of trade going through the Department of Trade is an interesting and sort of important entry point for natural capital across ministries. Also, just linking back to the sort of signaling as well that you highlighted, linking with Ben's point about the multilateral signaling, but also the importance to trade of considering natural capital. I will now hand over to Harsh for the final presentation.
I'll come here because sitting all day, and I think I have a little Italian in me, so I need both my hands to talk. So quickly, no, it's a pleasure to be here. And one of the things I'll try to do is to be a bridge between this session and the next session, which is focused on technology, to try and talk a little bit about how a lot of these moving from insight to action to impact can happen with the support of data. right? So one of the things that we know that we've inherited a planet in distress. So there's 2 billion hectares of land or more that's degraded. There's lots of oceans that are degraded, as we also were hearing. There's lots of pollution, air, water, land, hazardous that we know about. And I think we need taller speakers. And also, we know that we have a lot of climate risks in terms of both floods, droughts, and a lot of the climate change impacts that we're already starting to see. But one of the biggest challenges we have in addressing these kinds of issues, which is what GPS is all about, is that we have this, I think it's best put by the paradigm that Rumi had in the 13th century of the elephant in the dark room, right? Where he said, look, people who go in and feel the elephant in a dark room and think it's a different beast, a different thing that we are looking at. And that's one of the challenges when we look at any landscape that we are looking at. Some people look only at rainfall, some people look only at evapotranspiration, some people look only at agriculture or irrigation or hydropower and so on. And that's one of the challenges we have, is that we don't get to see all the interconnections. And that's where I think a lot of the work that you're doing, if fed properly with a new set of technologies, could help us see the beast in all of its glory as well. And to help us along, we have this whole new type of set of technologies that we have for our use. One is how do you disrupt the data value chain? So to go from data to information to knowledge to actually supporting decisions at both the planning level and real-time operational level. New ways to collect data, we'll see that in a second. New ways to analyze a lot of this data and to help make it more accessible and insightful for the work that we are doing, as well as to go from the software to the hardware bit. There's lots of technologies on the hardware, on robotics, new materials, energy tech, and other things that are there, and new ways to connect people up together in terms of new ways to have platforms for stakeholders to interact. And with all of these technologies, we now have a whole range of new ways in which we can help scale up a lot of the work that we are doing, right? So to try and look at my 30 years at the bank, where I've been working mainly, didn't fall too far from the tree. Background was environment, water, technology. That's what I still work on. And whenever you go to different countries, you hear, oh, we are in the middle of nowhere, we have no data. So that's one approach. Another is you go to my own country, where they say, of course, we have data. But it looks like it's more the termites that are digesting this data and not real people. And you have the new normal that we have, which is that we are all drowning in data. The thing is, how do you get insights from this deluge, right? How do you drink from this deluge becomes the big challenge that we have in front of us today. And to do that, we have a lot of new ways to collect data. Earth observation, since I guess Sputnik went up, it wasn't really an Earth observation satellite, but it beeped in when it first went up. But since then, there's been lots of investments, and one of the key things is it's giving us, as Valerie was saying earlier today, all kinds of new ways of visualizing the Earth from the point of view of looking at climate, hydrology, or land cover changes, and so on, which is also being used as a basis to adjust other data sets like population and other things too. And you have a whole range of new ways of looking at even more high-resolution data with drones and other things that are being put into practice. This from one of our landscape programs in Nigeria, for example. And also new ways to take a lot of this and combine it with, as we were hearing earlier, it's not important to just get Earth observation data, but you need data on the ground, whether it's microdata or monitoring data from gauges on the ground, because together they can be much more powerful in terms of finding new ways to measure everything from water levels to water quality to groundwater levels to meteorology to all kinds of soil moisture, environmental DNA and other things. And also to involve communities as part of this kind of a monitoring. There's a whole new range of things that we can do today. And the key is to try and see, as part of the data systems, can we take a lot of this, what are called bottom-up data sets, merge them with a lot of the satellite data sets, the data rescued from the termite estimates and generated by models, so that we all, in whatever device that we use for our work, can be able to use a lot of this information to actually help make decisions much better for getting it at your fingertips. And what's really changed today is the synoptic level of looking at things. There's about depending on who you ask, about 16,000 satellites out there today, right? And out of that, like some 10% are for remote sensing. 10,000 of those are just for Musk's, Starlink stuff. But by the end of 2030, by 2030, they expect there to be about 100,000 satellites out there, right? So it's going to be a very different world, which is very well interconnected with communication as well as with Earth observation. And it's giving us insights like never before, even estimating CO2, for example, forests breathing out CO2, as you can see here in the Congo, in there, or looking at every forest fire or every coal-fired power plant that's out there in India, China, and so on, new ways to look at water resources. So there's a whole range of new technologies that we have accessible today that we never had before. Along with this, we have all kinds of new ways to visualize the world. So not just as boring tables, but to try and make sure that it's more interactive, 2D, 3D, 4D maps with 3D over time, or interactive charts and maps and VR and AR and all kinds of other things. But what's really disrupted this whole thing is AI, which, depending on who you ask, is best thing since sliced bread, can automate everything, can help solve all our problems, or other people refer to it more as I, and think more about the challenges that we have, in terms of all the things it makes up, and all the people who don't have access, and all the existential risks we have with it, and so on. So the big challenge is, how do you manage the right side of this while taking advantage of the left side of this, right, in all of our work? But it's changing data like never before. It's helping us create new kinds of data sets. So, for example, in the top left, new data sets, which is for mapping every building in the world. In fact, now there's a version with heights of every building in the world based on Earth observation analysis. Then there's every farm in the world. They just released a month back or so, every farm in the world boundary. Or now they're trying to do every tree in the world, or everything. A lot of these are stymied by, again, data on the ground to help train it, right? But you can see the direction of travel. And then there's a lot of ways in which you can visualize flows or floods through Google Flood Hub or GeoGlows or many other of these different sources. And there's a whole new range of using AI for geospatial data, and using what are called geo AI tools that we've also started adopting at the bank. So at the bank, we have a lot of these that we're trying to pull together under something we're calling the Livable Planet Observatory. In fact, you'll have the presentations, I think, later, so you can check out the QR codes and the links for these, for both looking at a lot of these geospatial platforms, as well as my team, which we call our KIDS, Knowledge, Information, and Data Services Help Desk, where we're trying to see if we can help leverage a lot of these to come up with new ways to provide insights for communication. And as part of this, one of the things we've been trying to do is to see, look, can we help e-package a lot of this data to be able to draw on all the services that are out there, and be able to visualize anything from power plants to climate data, to looking at quick analytics along the way for a lot of these areas, or being able to also look at being able to see, for example, doing cloud-based analytics, in this case through Google Earth Engine and many other things, with biodiversity-related data, like critical ecosystem, critically endangered species or endangered species, for looking at it by species, or trying to do it for any particular project as well. So, for example, if you just were interested in lions, so you could access things like the Global Biodiversity Information Facility database here, which accesses something like 3.7 billion observations for 2.5 million species around the world, to be able to say, and these are updated, so every time time there's an updated set of data, it shows you the updated info as well that you can analyze. And it changes the way we can think about how to do protection or how to do, kind of environmental due diligence for projects and other things in new ways altogether. Or being able to look at this one is very cool, which we are very proud of, which is to use AI in a ChatGPT-like way, so you can have a conversation to say, show me population around the world. So then it'll go in and, or you can even say in Amara region or wherever you want, and it'll actually, it's very smart at trying to find the places and being able to try to, we've made it hallucinate less by training it on what to look for a little bit, but it's pretty neat in terms of looking at these kind of data sets and also being able to do powerful analytics to say, for example, analyze jaguar habitat with respect to climate or something like that, and being able to see all the GBIF jaguar locations that are there mostly in South America and Mexico and so on, and being able to then not only show it with respect to climate data, but also do some really powerful analytics and some dashboards on the fly where you can say, look, for jaguars, generally what would be the kind of temperature that they live in or precipitation they live in, or even for each of the 2,000 odd locations that they've been spotted, what is the average temperature and the precip at those levels, and doing analysis of these on the fly, right? So you can do this for looking at giant panda with respect to topography or whatever. So it's now more limited by imagination than anything else to be able to do a lot of really high-powered analytics and trying to explore things like forest fires, floods, and other things with a real data-driven approach. So I'm just showing here finally a few new ways in which we are pulling these together. For example, we have a new Livable Landscapes Academy that we have just started up, launched at the Global Landscape Forum 3 weeks back in Kenya. And this is a 10-year program where we're hoping to see if we can showcase all your work as well in terms of a lot of the new ways to take data, financing, other types of innovations, and trying to make it so that we can get scalable products. We've also recently completed with some of my colleagues, I was leading this effort on global biodiversity data and analytics, where we've been trying to pull together a lot of really very powerful data sets that we can all start using and hopefully contributing to looking ahead. And there's some really cool e-reports which you can translate to any language with lots of interactive stuff. So please do check these out. And also we are looking at, last thing here is on pollution. We are trying to do a new Cleaner Planet Global Knowledge Platform, for which we have a new GEF MSP that we are trying to implement with UNEP to try and be the first way to pull together a lot of the public domain data that exists. So all this will hopefully give us a new way to not just get new insights, but go towards the action and the results that you were talking about to try and say, can we use a lot of these things at scale? So why do stuff only for one country? Can we do it for the world? Can we look at having a new kind of MRV system for forests, so forest carbon, digital twins for the whole world, and being able to look at trying to change the way we think, because it will enable us to do new things, to go up the data value chain in new ways, as well as it will require us to work differently in terms of thinking more about open data, thinking more about collaborating with people, and to try and see how to go from small fragmented applications towards more holistic, global type visualizations and insights for our work. So hopefully with all of these, we'll be able to think about how we can go to scale up a lot of the global good practices that we've been hearing about, and we'll hopefully hear about in the next couple of days as well, and seeing how we can scale these up even more, leveraging a whole new generation of open data. And again, I'm not very big on data sharing, because that's usually not worth the paper it's written on. It's best to see if you can make the data as open as possible, then that way more can be done in terms of doing these. So happy exploring, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Harsh. Again, really, really fascinating. And I think the point on the elephant in the dark room, I think many of us are guilty, including large government organizations, of trying to find that or define that elephant in the dark. It's a really apt analogy. And I think one of the things that struck me again is the sheer array of different technological interventions and platforms that are available, and how to keep up with all the development technology, but also how to ensure that the technology is equitably distributed, that that it's democratized, allowing for a range of communities to benefit. If I may, I do have a few questions to the panel, but for those who can't see, there's a big red countdown timer in front of me, which feels quite intimidating because it's turned red now. So I'll try and maximize the time we have left and maybe have some questions from the audience. I think the first question I have is actually on gender and inclusion, and it ties, I think, into your point, Harsh, as well. And it's kind of for the whole panel, but I'll probably target Soumya first. We talk about the poorer households and hard-to-reach households and hard-to-reach communities. How do we ensure that they are included in this process of technical advancement and that their views are represented as part of that development?
It's a great point. And I think the larger answer is, like, you generally don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? I mean, generally, when we think about private investment portfolios, right? You diversify, and when you're thinking about, investing in a retirement fund, you're diversifying across a whole range of assets and investments. I think it's the same thing goes when it comes to investing in things like data or technology. Again, you want to, there'll be some of the things which are very high techie, and that's needed and makes sense. And there'll be other things that are low techie, which is really more about grunt work and getting out there and talking to people and, getting opinions, etc. And in that sense, things like surveys, you have nationally representative surveys, you have the census, you have sample surveys. There's a lot of stuff that, for that matter, that's happening outside the government, so there's the field of kind of government and public policy, which is happening in academia and research, where people are designing very specific studies to look at very specific interactions and things, including things like poverty, etc. So I think the answer really is you kind of continue to need to work across a whole range of approaches: the macro, the micro, big technologies, smaller technologies, public consultations. In some cases, using communities as ways to capture data, if that's what's important and needed. I think the answer is to sort of keep all these gamut of sort of approaches and tools in mind, and kind of deploy the ones that you think you need for the specific problems that you're trying to solve in that sense. I think that's the best answer that I have at this big picture level. I think get creative and get disruptive, and there's different kinds of disruption even beyond big tech. I mean, when you're thinking about working with communities, working with the poor, in that sense, the bank has approaches. There are all these specific grant mechanisms, for example, that are made specifically to indigenous communities that have socially been marginalized, so that they can better benefit from larger investment and policy initiatives that the bank is also financing at the same time. So they're called development grant mechanisms, which are very specifically grants made to women groups, marginalized groups, because there is a mainstream investment project that's happening, which the bank is financing. And we know that these communities will have problems accessing that, so you need to increase their capacity in order to be able to even access these things. So I think there are lots of ways in which you can go about doing this, and I think the important thing is to keep distribution center phase. I mean, it's not just about increasing the whole. I mean, we want to make sure things get better, but we also want to make sure that when things get better, it's, the goodies are distributed and split across different kinds of constituencies. Yeah, thanks.
It's also about just transition. I mean, all the environmental changes, everything will affect different communities. For this, just transition policies it will be really important. We see that they're going to be more common in the coming years. For my country, for instance, we will have a just transition roadmap, and we will have a just transition heading on our Green Deal action plan. Because all the challenge here is actually that it's hard to be motivated sometimes when you don't see the concrete results in a short term. But then it will come in the medium term, it will come in the long term, that there will be some changes in employment necessities, and there will be some certain type of shifts in the economy, and some sectors will rise and some sectors will decline. So it's really important to identify those and make the policy change accordingly, so that in order to prevent any problems. Like, for instance, we're also very worried about our textile and apparel sector, because we have a huge production in Turkey, mostly SMEs, and mostly women employment is really a labor-intensive sector, and it's a really important sector for our exports. But then we're going through a phase where we have to decline our consumption, production, because we will. I mean, it's for the environment, and it's a natural consequence of our climate change policies. But then, for instance, in my country, it's hard to say to the textile sector that you need to decrease your production. But then what we do is we say you may decrease your production, but then you find another area that will rise, and you will produce more value-added products. But then still it will also need another aspect, that then there is a need for a huge investment on human capital that will adapt to all these green transition goals, and to digitalization, and to have the green skills. So it's a comprehensive policy that we need to follow, and I can say that we are on our way.
Just to add to that, I think to quote Soumya, how do you make the high techie being low techie, right? So in the sense of misquote. So the key is, I think, to try and see with these kinds of tools that we are now starting to get at our disposal, can we find a way in which even the poorest farmer in the middle of nowhere who has 0.1 hectares to look after can get almost precision agriculture type advice, right? Leveraging all the free stuff that's out there, in terms of satellite data and other types of global data sets that are out there, in a language and in a format which they want, right? So imagine being able to use the power of AI, which we already have today for language, for example, to be able to ask a question saying, when's it going to rain next? Is there, what's my farm look like in terms of which parts of it have higher productivity, lower productivity? Where's the soil moisture, higher or lower? Can you compare this with my other neighbors? What was it like compared to last year? All of these, imagine being able to ask verbally or written in any language, and being able to get the answer in any language as well, with the data as whatever you get better insights from an animation, a table, a text, or description, whatever it is that you get it your way. So I think that's where we are all heading, and it'll be important to try and see how a lot of these new technologies themselves can make technology use much easier over time. And that's the way I think a lot of these will really spread in the communities which we are all targeting.
Just flowing directly on from that, I think there are a lot of things that are possible in this very dynamic time, but there are deliberate value judgments that need to be made, and they need to be made in terms of driving the innovation around maximizing accessibility to create the scale that we need. And I think this is a context, arguably, where we don't have to reinvent the wheel in the case of nature, because this has been a well-trodden issue in payment systems for local communities, or how much interactivity can you drive over the absolute minimum viable data connection on the cheapest possible smartphone. And it's maybe incumbent upon all of us that have some degree of capability in terms of technical tool design to leverage that into our irrelevance and really localize that adoption as much as possible. And that's where the feedback loop happens. And I think we have huge barriers in that context in the nature world that are very well discussed and well understood. The other dimension to this, which I think is interesting, is there's the whole governance side of tech. So we almost need to get the technology down, but we need to get the governance flowing as well, so that whatever investments are made get very multi-scale. And again, this is a very well-worn issue in the energy sector, in a kind of urban and rural electrification, as an example, where that's fundamentally a regulatory and a legal entity public policy design question of, if you're going to drive this downwards to access the most local context possible, whether it's technology or money or anything else, how does that governance work at every scale? And I don't think we understand that full picture for nature yet well at all. There are success stories, lessons learned, cautionary tales, but we need that full chain from the largest possible scale of money or tech all the way down to the smallest possible scale. And what is that interoperability at every step? We're really spotty at the moment. We kind of oscillate from small scale community project all the way up to huge discussion around kind of macro prudential risk. And we don't connect all these things together. So that would be my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Ben. I think on the governance point as well, I'm just reflecting on, I think the point that Harsh is making about sort of smallholders or it's almost having like perfect information of what's out there. And the thought occurred to me, like, who controls the information, and who controls the information may have the money to invest in that, and making sure that the stewards or the owners of that land aren't adversely affected by, you know, where tech is generally concentrated, I guess, is a sort of my cautionary kind of thinking on it. The other point was just on the sort of the point of intervention, and either of you talked about working within sort of the trade sphere. One of the things that we try to do effectively is to make the case for natural capital and the economic case. And again, a question to the panel generally is, where do you see the most effective engagement happening on this? And is there a shift that we need to see in that engagement?
One of the things in the Global Ocean Accounts partnership that we're seeing very strongly in almost every region is there is a tremendous amount of what I would describe personally as small project scale innovation. And that relates to finance or data or community management or any particular topic within the ocean sustainability agenda. It almost doesn't matter. But they're just not adding up to the sum of their parts. And if we're really honest with ourselves, in the case of sustainable ocean economies or any other nature-connected agenda, the level of investment of effort, policy attention, money that is needed is orders of magnitude higher than what we have currently. And I think part of this problem there is that we don't have currently a good sense of what I would describe as collaborative aggregation. So how can we invest in portfolios of thousands of community scale MBS projects all over the world for oceans or anything else? We don't have the answer to that question currently, and we don't really have the right toolkit of metrics or processes or governance to achieve that. And that's just one example. And there are lots of, I think, structural questions around how we need to, within the community, partner better with one another to genuinely create that scale in ways that arguably in other sectors that has already been a solved problem. So if you look at the global technology sector as a kind of very crude analogy, the whole explosive growth we witnessed there was arguably a strong product of the right pre-competitive settings around the right open standards. And I just don't think we have that yet for nature. And we really need it urgently if we're going to create the resource envelopes that we need that also deliver the equitable outcomes. And that's a bigger than the sum of our parts challenge, and we need to be thinking seriously around what's that big picture and what's everybody's role in that is a step change from business as usual currently. I know that's really vague, but it's something we see come through the partnership again and again.
Yeah, I think in a sense, there is, when you start from a place of existing inequalities, right? And these are not just inequalities of income and assets, they're also sort of historical, and it's a trajectory of inequalities over history that leads you to where you are, right? And so I think so when you look at things in that perspective, this fragmentation that you speak about is not surprising. And I think it's something that we just need to acknowledge and say it's there and it's likely to be there for a while. And so I do think you need very different strokes for different folks. You do need different approaches. There are things that would work very well thinking about, thinking about it from a macroeconomic perspective. So for example, anything that a central bank can perturb, a macroeconomic way of looking at it is actually the right and appropriate way to look at it. But there are other things, like if you're talking about smallholder systems, you're talking about the poor, you're talking about what is poverty. I mean, poverty is multiple market failures that come together. So reaching the poor through, so the kinds of things that work in order to be able to influence, that a central bank can influence, is probably not the kinds of approaches we need when you're dealing with this segment of the population. So I think what you really need is a consolidated set of approaches. The big and the small, the very large picture, the more fragmented stuff, which is more community-based. To the point where, in a sense, capacity of populations increases enough for them to be able to transition to something else. So it is a ladder, and within any given country, there is also there's all kinds of different mosaics, if you will, on this board. And I think that's the reality of what we're dealing with. I don't think we can expect that to kind of go away at any point in time. And fortunately for us, we do have, and that's the point of collaboration and bringing different people together and talking, because that's exactly what gets us to acknowledge that this is where the linkages are. Well, this is where we probably have to do different things. And I think it's that kind of conversation and venues like this that kind of really help with that. Yeah.
Maybe real quick. What I can say is that we see that trade and economic aspect of all these policies has accelerated the motivation among countries. But as you have mentioned, there is an obvious thing that we need to fight together, but there are inequalities, and regulations need to be done in a very careful way, considering different countries, different development needs, different positions. So what we need is actually going to the same direction, but also having a cooperative approach to involve every other country. We aim to do that actually with our COP to go through the climate mitigation goals and identifying concrete goals together.
Just a quick point to try and illustrate the question that you asked. A dozen years ago, I was in Malawi leading a project for the bank, and as part of that, we were saying, look, can we also modernize the monitoring system there, right? So they had all these manual gauges people were writing down, and he said, look, make some of these automatic. And they said, yeah, but we have all these gauge readers that, there are 400 of them who go read a gauge, write it in a book every day, and nobody looks at that book again. So we said, okay, we've had this problem before. Let's give them a smartphone at least that just started coming out. So they give them a smartphone, so at least it becomes real time. So you can go in and start using these. So I said, sure, let's do that. Then just before the appraisal, a week before, when we went there, the head of the project comes and says, let's make some of these fully automatic. So we said, oh, great, but what changed your mind? So they said, one of our gauge readers who had been with us for 40 years, and he was very dedicated, 1 week from retirement, being paid $1 a month, right? And he said he couldn't see the gauge well, so he went closer and got eaten by a crocodile. Right? So that kind of stuff, and they've had it happen 3 other times since then, right? So in some of these places, they've decided to use that to modernize only because that was the obvious thing to do, right? But I think slowly overall, the governance is changing to go away from what one of our colleagues used to call data-free analysis and analysis-free decision-making to make more data-driven decisions. And so that's where I think there's a lot of hunger, a lot of appetite for learning from each other, learning from global good practice, being able to contribute to global good practice as well. And that's where a lot of this new generation of open data, open analytics, open knowledge, and AI is really, I think, helping transform a lot of these to make it a bit more modern over time.
Thank you very much. Those insights, really, really interesting. It's been a really interesting discussion. I might just summarize in sort of 3 points before we sort of close the session. No, the clock's blinking at me, so nothing dramatic has happened. So, but I think reflecting on the comments, I think my first one is about inclusion. And inclusion is not an optional or nice to have. I think it's fundamental, whatever approach you take. You know, the costs and the stewardship and then the knowledge of communities is incredibly important. The other is on nature's legibility or visibility. I think depending on your entry point to the discussion, it has to be intelligible and understandable to those decision makers that need to make the decisions. And the final point, and generally a sense from today, is that the barriers are falling. I think technology is helping, but it may well create its own barriers as well, which you need to be mindful of as that moves forward at a very rapid pace. So on that note, I see that my time is up. I'd like to thank the panel for all their contributions today. And I think, is there another session after this? Or is it coffee? Or is it coffee break? Okay. Coffee break for half an hour. So back at... yeah. Half an hour? Oh, back now. Okay. So we have to have like a time travel coffee. Okay. Maybe 5 minutes and we get... Okay. Thanks all.
You know what they say about saving the best for last, right? My name is Gilad Gorin. I serve as Executive Director of the NatureX Foundation, most known for our work as the Nature Tech Collective. There we are. Thank you to the World Bank. Thank you to the government of Thailand. Thank you to everyone who's sticking it out with us in a good amount of coffee. This is going to be an exciting session, I promise you. So first of all, I could bore you with all the details of why we need to do this, but I think there's been far more accredited individuals who have presented the case for why we need to do natural capital accounting, including Professor Nicola Ranger, who magnificently really defined and set context to this whole opportunity. And really mentioned one thing I derived from that session was nature as infrastructure, that concept which to many of us I think is like an axiom, like obviously, right? But to the private sector, to those decision makers who will drive money into nature, reconceptualizing nature as infrastructure makes a lot more sense. It's easier to attribute value to, right? It's foundational infrastructure for everything we need to do. I also really appreciate the parable of the elephant in the dark room, which brings us to where we are right now. Because in a sense, technology is meant to bring in the floodlights to that room, to provide the transparency, the accuracy, so we all know what we're seeing together. And the solutions that will be presented in a few minutes are meant to do that. So if everything until now has been why and sort of cases of how it's being done, this session is really about the how, right? So I'll take a few minutes just describing a bit about what nature tech actually means and why it's relevant to you, and I'll be then presenting
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the World Bank for organizing this session and for inviting us to present the work done in this field. My name is Alessio Bulken. I work in the Basque Center for Climate Change in the AREAS team. This acronym stands for Artificial Intelligence for the Environment and Sustainability. And in this presentation, I'd like to talk about a different approach or paradigm of modeling based on semantic and on a field of artificial intelligence that probably you're not very familiar with, which is machine reasoning, which is central to the development of the first semantic modeling platform. Any challenge for science-driven decision-making, characterized by complex systems, complex issues, and, as I said in the previous session, fragmented knowledge. This creates inequalities in the access to scientific knowledge and is further hindrance by technological barriers and costs that many times cannot be overcome. For this reason, natural capital accounting assessments are often slower than we would like to, expensive, and difficult to replicate because data, models, and classification are fragmented. Another problem is the lack of transparency, and particularly for results obtained with the use of artificial intelligence due to the not making these results not fully visible to the user. The input, the operation, and the final results are not very communicated clearly. And these issues, along with lack of data control and data ownership, lead to a crisis of collective intelligence, which prevent the establishment of a fair system, which stands for fundable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data and models. In these slides, I present an overview of the different tools that are available for natural capital accounting compilation. And usually these tools are very good at a specific purpose. In this sense, ARIES is different because it's not just a tool for NCA, but it's a semantic modeling platform whose technology has been implemented for obtaining results consistent with the natural capital accounting framework. And this is an overview of the user interface of the ARIE4SIA and how it looks like. User can access the online web browser, select a specific geographic area and the period of time, and the accounts are compiled automatically. They are generated on the fly using the latest combination of data and models that are available in the system and which are most appropriate for the context selected. So just in here. I wish I could have shown like a demonstration of this, but unfortunately this was not the setting for that. But what I want to emphasize is how we produce these results. The scientific modeling platform is designed to integrate data and models from different sources and disciplines. This is based on three pillars. There is modularity, that is the atomization of concepts such as data and models that are modeled independently. Reducing a complex problem by modeling each individual pieces of the puzzle independently and making it easier to replace it when better information becomes available. The second part is semantic interoperability. So all data models are annotated semantically and made interoperable, which means that concept and relationship between them are formalized with consistent definition and understood the same way by humans and machines. And this allows the third part, the machine reasoning, to use the human curated information that is integrated in the system to exploit the reasoning algorithm and decision rules designed by the human expert, and that guide the computation and how data and models are assembled. So machine reasoning simply prioritizes the combination of data and models to answer a specific question in a context, and automate all the repetitive tasks that are usually associated with an environment analysis, such as data cleaning, data transformation, reprojection, which usually account for up to 60% of an analysis, and this cuts off tremendously time and resources to run the analysis. In these slides, basically the green gradient represents the accessibility to results. What I want to emphasize with this slide is the fact that to obtain results with areas for SIA, there is no need to know about geographic information system, nor previous knowledge of coding. And the results are constantly updated if they are made available in the system. And also an important aspect is the fact that other models and data can be integrated in the platform and made more accessible to the users. But why do we apply semantics for natural capital accounting? Well, it's important because data are held in silos, and often experts speak different languages, and concepts and ideas are not defined clearly and interpreted in the same way by everyone in the room. Here there is an example of forest. There are more than 350 definitions of forest around the globe, and many are ecologically incompatible. Indeed, if we look at just two of these dimensions, which are tree height and canopy cover, if we take forests in the United States and those in Zimbabwe, they look ecologically very different, but very likely the data set will label them as forest. And for this reason, it's important to use semantics to correctly integrate, interpret, and harmonize this information from different sources. This is a quick overview of the ARIES technology. What I think is very important is that it generates a comprehensive report and fully documenting the data, models, and coefficient and method used. The system produces both maps and tables, as well as documents transparently the combination and the computational workflow that have been undertaken. And it also provides an infrastructure to share and reuse data and models. And we collaborate with other entities such as Caliper, which centralize data and metadata access for classification and is also being used in this application. And with this, we want to emphasize how we try to bridge the gap between science and policy making. And I'd be very glad to collaborate with all of you to try to have this collaborative approach, interdisciplinary approach, to try to reach faster our goals of sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention.
Working? Yes, okay. So by the way, there is audience participation in this session. You will have time after every two of these presentations. Alessio, why don't you get on stage? Yeah. For Q&A, so if you do have burning questions, we'll be enabling you to ask questions. Also, there's also a judgment component. You get to judge how good they are. No, I'm kidding, you don't. But they need to know that they only have 7 minutes or else. Okay, so with that, I'd love to introduce Pippa Howard. No, it's Pippa. It's meant to be Pippa. Unless they got the slides wrong. Let's see. Get into it. Okay. It's a vibe session. So Pippa Howard, who's the Chief Nature Consultant at, yes, Chief Nature Strategist at Nature Metrics. Pippa, take it over.
Right, clock is starting already. Hello, everybody. Really great to be here. I'm from Nature Metrics. Nature Metrics is a company that started off in a laboratory about 12 years ago. We specialized in environmental DNA. We still do that, and we have the largest commercial eDNA labs in the world at the moment. And what we do is we take a very complex topic, incredible amounts of data, and turn them into actionable insights. The mission of our company is essentially to drive decision-making and drive finance into the protection of nature. Which direction do I go, chaps? That one. Right. So what we've done over the last few years in particular is to bring in a whole bunch of additional data sets, data types, and data nature technologies. Environmental DNA gives us extremely high resolution data at a single point. We can take air, water, and soil samples and provide incredible amounts of data, thousands of data points in any single location. What we've added to that is bioacoustics. We now bring in geospatial information, and we've created a data stack. This is because we need different resolutions of data for different types of decisions. And we need to know what the question is that we're needing to answer. We need to provide appropriate data sets to actually answer those questions. So it's really fundamental to make sure that when we're providing the data for a particular problem, we're actually providing the right kind of data. So as I say, on the ground, we've got environmental DNA and bioacoustics, high-resolution data. In the middle, we're driving habitat and habitat types of insights to look at with geospatial information to ensure that we're getting a broader landscape level picture of what's going on. We can actually bring these two data sets and data layers together to start to do species distribution models, to understand the values in a landscape, start to understand ecosystem services, and start to understand the natural capital stocks and flows within that ecosystem. And at the top of the data layer, we actually have an incredibly powerful risk assessment component too. This allows us to do nature data screening, nature risk screening, and calibrate that through the data stack back to ground so that we're actually understanding the nature context of any impacts and dependencies that we may have. Oops. So this all comes together in a data platform, and when we looked at the typologies in the earlier presentations, that this enormous amounts of data needs to be well curated. We've got to make sense of it. It's got to give meaning to those who are using the data in the first place. Otherwise, we can't make good decisions that drive finance into nature conservation. We have portfolio access. You can monitor and manage at a site level. You can understand across anything from a couple of sites through to tens of thousands. And this is all hosted on a central data system that allows you to access at all these different scales. One of the most exciting developments that we've made in the last, I would say, 6 months at Nature Metrics is being able to now provide an ecosystem condition index. This is a single number. This is like the holy grail of environmental and biodiversity management. The complexity of biodiversity has meant that it's been very difficult to actually describe biodiversity in any sort of sensible form, unlike a carbon molecule or carbon equivalent. What we've done is taken the composition, structure, and function of an ecosystem and bring these together with using different data sets. In soil, we use entirely environmental DNA as the basis of the data that feeds into an ecosystem index. We've created a vegetation index, which is entirely geospatially driven. We have a freshwater index, which is a combination of geospatial and environmental DNA and bioacoustics. And these all come together to essentially provide a 0 to 1 score on a relative condition of your ecosystem. This is absolutely fundamental. It was the one missing part that I heard in the stories this morning around how you measure natural capital. We can look at ecosystem extent using geospatial information, but now bringing this combination of different data layers to play, we're able to provide this incredibly important insight into the health and resilience of our ecosystems, therefore the health and resilience of our natural capital. The applications of these different layers of technology and different layers of data within the data stack can feed directly into numerous different financial decisions and financial instruments. I've got a couple of examples here with the debt for nature and sovereign transactions where you may want an ecological baseline with ECIs, ecosystem condition indices. These are measuring impact, measuring the state of nature, which is where we specialize. The same might be applied for nature risk, attribution, and deal insurance, so we're speaking to an entirely different part of the financial sector storyboard. We also can talk to biodiversity credits. The resolution of the data is high enough to do that, and portfolio screening. So the private sector has to be part of this, as we've heard earlier, as decision makers in government and with DFIs have a huge role to play in influencing the way policies develop. The private sector has to play a role too, and they need to understand hands-on where their risks are across their portfolios, their asset management, and then actually understand their state of nature so they can manage it and understand their dependencies. This is the fundamental crux of the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. It's where the CSRD, the European regulations, are requiring detailed information and are wanting companies and the financial institutions to respond to nature-related risk. And you can only do that when you understand from the site to enable the kind of disclosures. So here we are, with an incredibly powerful suite of data that is able to be displayed in a very clear way, displayed as well as single indices that will help us to essentially drive finance into nature. This is the new standard of nature intelligence. Thank you. Sorry, my voice is gone.
Okay, now's your turn. Does anyone have a question they want to ask for this duo? Professor Ranger. Does anyone have a microphone to send them? No?
Thank you for two excellent presentations. I've got loads of questions, but I had a particular one for Alessio, if I may. I love what you presented, but to some extent I thought, is it too good to be true? And particularly the idea of having a system that can just generate natural capital accounts was the way that you were selling it. And so how does that then compare to the existing tools and IPA as well? And I'm sure what we hear from Lisa, how do we interpret that kind of AI-based information versus other types of information?
Yes, thanks for the question. I think the difference is the fact that whatever is integrated in the system is first curated by experts, which integrate data and models for specific disciplines in which they're very much knowledgeable. And then you let the machine reasoning and the artificial intelligence in the background automate the part in which you combine all the pieces of the puzzle to answer the questions. And since those concept, data, and model are clearly defined and we know the relationship between each of the concepts, then the system can prioritize and provide information in context to the query that you're doing. So, for example, if you were to ask for natural capital accounting in Central Africa or in Central Europe, the system would switch accordingly to the best availability of data and models in those regions. And this is an example done just with the geographic position, but this is also true for the temporal period that are taken into account, the frequency. So in general, the scales at which model and data need to adjust to answer more correctly the answer asked by the user. Then, of course, there is no model that is perfect, but at least we try to clearly identify also all the limitations that are basically, that needs to be taken into account when producing the results, and we explain them.
I'm really glad you asked that question. Actually, the question I had is, given all what you said, a model's only as good as the inputs it gets. And I'm wondering, maybe Pippa, when it comes, especially when you're talking about ground truth data, right? How does that work vis-a-vis, you know, you see these amazing models like Aries, and WRI has its Nature Watch and all the rest, but what's missing?
Yeah, I mean, Naturemetrics originates data. That's kind of pride of the company, is that we actually bringing primary data from the ground into the system. We feel that you really have to have that. So bringing these two kind of data sets together can create magic. And that could be conventional data, bioacoustics, cameras, eDNA. This is really the stuff that starts to feed in the volume that's needed to actually make sure that these are really strong models, and that they're accurate, and that, you know, they can calibrate. Essentially, a lot of the work that we do is calibrating the high-level data to make sure that it is, you know, it's really what's going on. It doesn't matter whether it's an endangered species or if it gets something as sophisticated as an ecosystem condition index. You do need the right kind of data. Rubbish in, rubbish out.
That's right.
Yeah.
Anyone else with a question? Okay, I'm getting warmed up. All right, well, I mean, you're talking about starting with first eDNA and then moving up to multimodal data collection. Someone else here in the room also does that. May I invite Joe Huddart from Ocala to share a bit on their model.
Hi there, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in Bangkok. So today I'm going to be introducing Ocala's Nature Cube. I'm the lead nature consultant at Ocala. Okay, so we have quite a strange origin story, a kind of marriage between Scotland and Gabon, which you don't hear of very often. We were a spin-out from the University of Stirling when we were developing nature tech, and then thank you. And then we started to road test that technology in Gabon, one of the most pristine wildernesses in the Congo Basin. So if I go back. So we know that nature, the biodiversity data at the site level is really important, but it's constrained by humans doing it. I'm a trained field ecologist, but you know, it's very difficult for me to collect data at a scale that's necessary, and expensive too. There we go. I put together this really sort of in-depth graph just to show that today, right here, right now, we're at the sweet spot of nature tech, where demand for nature tech is increasing and the ability to actually to mobilize technologies to collect that data is advancing rapidly. We have, I keep running ahead of myself here. So we have camera traps, we have bioacoustics, we have environmental DNA, we have cellular phone technology too. We also have an app that goes along with our Nature Cube. And anyway, let's get to the, this is our sort of process. So we survey all the way through to reporting. And the Nature keeps running ahead. Anyway, this is the Nature Cube. So this is the landing page. You can configure it as you'd like. It provides a bit of information on the sensors that we're using. If we go up, we have the red list species that were detected using the different surveying methods. And we can configure this how we like, depending on what the aims of the project are. We also have some other summary statistics on kind of the number of mammals, number of birds, number of fish, number of amphibians detected. But things really start to get exciting when we go to the interactive map, which is happening right now. So this is in Gabon. It's a huge area, 750,000 hectares. And this gives us an idea of how we array these bioacoustics and camera traps in the field. We kind of do them as a grid system. If you hover over those white dots, you get a little bit of information on those. We're going to look at the bioacoustics data now. And there we go, we can select a bioacoustics device, we can click on it, and we can have a look at what we found on that device. Now, the AI model, basically our pipeline receives the raw data, and then it uses AI to go through, identify bird calls, and then use reference libraries for those bird calls and large language models to identify the species present. So this is what it looks like. These are all the species that we found. We're going to look at a grey heron. Unfortunately, I don't have the sound, so I could improvise and make the sound of a grey heron, but I'll save you that, although it might wake everyone up a bit after lunch. So anyway, we actually have a human verification step in here too. So we can actually, we can rank it if we think it's really good. We can give it 5 stars so we know where to find it. Or we can edit it. And this actually helps the model to learn as well. So it blows my mind. So it's constantly improving. If we go to our camera traps, we can do the same thing. So again, this is the raw data. 250 camera traps. That is a lifetime of going through camera traps to look for the species that were there and to remove the false triggers from wind, leaves falling, you name it. So this raw data is put into our pipeline. We remove those false triggers and we identify the species as well using another AI step. And it gives us this really amazing and fast process data where we can see what animals we found there. Again, it has a confidence limit, a probability score, so we can go through and verify ones that fall below that threshold. But this is the kind of data that seeing is believing. We can look at our forest elephants. They're a lot more timid than the savanna elephants. And we get all of this behavior information too. They're really curious about these camera traps too. So you'll see them giving it a little bit of a sniff there. And we can also find some of the most elusive species. You know, you could go to the jungle and be there for 10 years or the forest and never see a leopard. Whereas we can capture these animals and it's not just a data point. It's actually, we can go, we can see what it's doing, we can see what time of day it was active. This is another space where we can look at each of our devices and get some summary statistics on the species found. That was the camera traps. We're looking at the bioacoustics now. And obviously a lot more birds in the bioacoustics, as we would expect. We can see the most common, we can rank them, we can see which ones are IUCN red list species, and we're going to look at the environmental DNA as well. So really just centralizing all of these data streams, taking them off hard drives into this environment makes it so easy to go through. I like to think of this as being able to basically, you could hand the keys over, the username to your, or a login to your stakeholders, and they could go through this in real time and see how you come to the conclusions that you have. Often we need to do a deep dive on a particular species. So chimpanzees, for instance, they are highly regulated, they're very endangered, and they're really hard to survey because they move around so much. So here we're going to basically just hone in on the chimpanzees in this area. And we have this automated heat map, so we can use this to, for the mitigation hierarchy, identifying areas that are used by the chimpanzees. This is a built-in functionality. We can also look at some other analytics. So we have things like species co-occurrence. So we're most likely to find forest elephants where we find the chimpanzees. We can even look at their activity cycles. If we look at that graph on the right, we can see that our nearest animal ancestor also has a morning break between 9 and 10, which is awesome. And this can kind of tell us a lot more about how animals are using the environment, how we can reduce our impact on them and disturb them less. We have other associations with vegetation health and altitude that we can explore too. So a really nice way to get a deep dive on the animals there. And then this is more of the community analytics, things like species richness, compositional changes that we can explore too, which is coming up. So we've got our species depletion curve below the map. We're comparing our savanna and our forest ecosystem. We're also running it against other wider environmental variables. This is for the camera trap data. We can also do the same for the bioacoustics too. Takes a bit of a while to load. And here we go. So we can see which of our methods is working. We can see our species depletion curve here. We actually need more bioacoustics devices to accurately capture the biodiversity here. And we can actually build in other functionalities too into this environment. So these are some examples of where we've worked, moving very quickly. And lastly, I think it's really important just to say that, you know, nature tech should be about cost efficiencies. It's there, it's ready to go, it's accessible, it's affordable, and it works. What we really need is to be able to centralize all this data, process it transparently for it to really pay dividends. Thank you very much. Please get in touch if you want to learn more.
I love that last message. It's here already. It's really just about you all trying it out and connecting with these fine folks and the ones coming up soon. Lisa. So Lisa Mandel is the co-CEO of the Stanford Natural Capital Alliance. And yeah, she's worked with several of you all already. So she's going to be, I guess, reintroducing her model to you. Lisa, please.
Hello again. Good to be back up here. As I said before, I'm part of the Natural Capital Alliance. We were previously the Natural Capital Project, but relaunched as the Alliance this year. So if you're familiar with the Natural Capital Project, we're the same group. We're in a partnership. Our mission is to advance the science, technology, and partnerships for people and nature to thrive. And a big part of that, especially on the technology side, is our free open source geospatial software, Invest. So Invest is a set of ecosystem service models. We have more than 20 models at this point, representing a variety of ecosystem services, from climate regulation to flood control to water purification, water regulation, food production, whole host of different ecosystem services. As I said, our software is free, it's open source. It has been used in over 180 countries, so nearly every country around the world. It's downloaded more than 20,000 times a year and has been used in over 1,000 peer-reviewed publications. How Invest works is it takes geospatial input data, so often land use, land cover maps or maps on where nature, where ecosystems are, information, biophysical information about the properties of those ecosystems that determine the potential flows of ecosystem service benefits, and socioeconomic information on where those benefits might be realized and the magnitude of those benefits. Our models are generally process-based, and they transform that information then into maps and numbers, quantifications of benefits. So this can be biophysical benefits, like the tons of carbon stored, or liters of water purified, or degrees of cooling within a city from green space. And those values can also be translated into monetary values, as well as represented in other ways, such as like the number of people benefiting. We developed this software through collaboration with decision makers around the world, and it's really meant to be, it is flexible in how it can be used. It's flexible in the scale at which it can be used, so you can run Invest models globally, nationally, regionally, locally, and across a range of geographies. Invest is designed to support decision-making in a variety of different ways. It's going to be used for baseline assessments and accounting. We heard a little bit from examples this morning. For example, in Kenya has been using Invest in their natural capital accounting. It can be used in scenarios to ask what happens under climate change or an alternate management or policy scenario, and has been linked to macroeconomic modeling to investigate scenarios as well. Invest can support prioritization and optimization to be able to understand, for example, where are critical locations on the landscape for conservation, or where can restoration yield the greatest benefits. And then finally, it can be used often is used for tracking progress, for example, KPIs and monitoring and reporting and verification. We've made particular efforts over the past, say, 18 months to make natural capital information on our Invest platform even more accessible and actionable. So if you have looked at Invest before, but not recently, invite you to check it out again, and especially some of these features. Last year, we released a data hub that has free data that's ready, Invest ready, so ready to be used in the ecosystem service models, and also results from some of our work in countries, a number of countries around the world that can be shared publicly. We've also introduced a feature called plugins that lets community develop their own models and workflows that can then be run through the Invest interface to standardize work streams. We have APIs which enable a number of things, including potentially orchestration through agentic AI which makes it possible, for example, to run invest models through text-based prompts and reduces the need for GIS expertise. And we also, starting earlier or late last year, have now released invest models where the results are visible within the workbench. So you no longer need to leave the invest software to GIS software to go visualize results, see if the model's working, look at the outputs, and that can all now be done within the workbench for a growing number of models. So as Invest has been used in nearly every country around the world. At the Natural Capital Alliance, we have used Invest in collaboration with decision makers in around 70 countries. I would get kicked off the stage before I have the time to get into specific details, so if you would like to talk more about any of these dots on this map, please come find me. I'd be especially interested in talking more about work that is happening in Colombia and in Belize and in the Philippines around natural capital accounting that has been particularly relevant to the discussions today about how you take that information and turn it into policy and financial decisions. But I'll just wrap up by saying we have a number of resources aimed at helping the wider community use Invest and invite you to check them out. We have user's guides in multiple languages. We have YouTube video tutorials. We have a community forum where Invest experts on our team and the wider community is supporting each other in using these tools. So check it out or come talk to me, and thank you.
Okay, audience participation. Does anyone have a question? All right. Can we get a microphone over there? Aga.
Thanks so much. This is all amazing work, and it's just really exciting to see how far it's come. My question is, if you had to identify one area of tech development that you could all work on together, you and all of the others in the community, that is adding value for scale, but not understandably compromising your business models or funding models, because you need money to do the good work, right? How do you thread that needle? I'm really interested in your thoughts. Gee, what are the big pre-competitive things you could all do together for scale?
I'm happy to give it a go, start. Great question. For me, the sort of holy grail of ecosystem condition indices is really important, but we do need really good data to feed into that. I mean, the truth is that I think we all work together, ironically. It may not be on all our projects, but we certainly do. I certainly, we would use both Invest and Aries data sets. Ocala and Naturemetrics work together. So I think it is really about how we find an affordable model to bring that data origination into play, because philanthropy is not going to fund it all, governments don't necessarily fund it all, and there is, we have to feed this very hungry data machine. We have a lot of data, but it's not always the right kind of data, and it's not always in the right format, and it's not always telling us what we really need to know about the health and function of our ecosystems.
Oh, yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. I think my answer is going to be a really dorky one, which is I think metadata is a big area that we've experienced. So like you were saying, Pippa, there's opportunities to connect these different pieces, but unless somebody has a lot of expertise, it's hard to know how to properly put them together. And so one of the things that we've been working on is providing more metadata for both the inputs and the outputs from what Invest provides, but there isn't, because nature and natural capital is so interdisciplinary at its core, there isn't necessarily a common language. I know there's a number of efforts to advance this, but I think having that common language to help put those pieces together would be really powerful.
I was just going to say probably just really good APIs, so that people can kind of shop around, and we can work together, and we can use each other's data that's been collected and break down those silos, I think. I don't know if that answers your question, but...
Yeah, I agree, and probably making the data interoperable and reusable is really the key to bring down all these barriers and be able to take advantage of the effort that has already been done by a group or previous scientists and not reinvent the wheel every time. So.
That's fantastic. Anyone else with a burning question right now? Yeah. I don't have to run her way.
Thank you. I'm just curious from experience, if I have the same data, same metadata, I put it in invests and then I put it in areas, what is going to be the result? Is it going to be comparable? Is it going to be very different? How can I explain the difference? How can I make a decision? Just curious. Thanks.
I guess the data, so the final results should be fairly similar if they use the same model. Clearly, sometimes, even if you're assessing the same ecosystem service, it's possible that underlying data models are different, and well, in that case, we should expect different results. But yeah, I think results should be similar if we use similar inputs, but this depends case by case. I don't know, we should.
So my understanding is that there's either invest-like models or even it's possible for invest models to be included in Aries, or Aries allows for multiple models. So if you were to run the same model, in a different system, it should be the same. But if it ends up being a different model, it might be, somewhat different, but with the similar principles.
We developed a plugin to basically connect invest and Aries, for example. So the idea is that if we were able to also do sort of the other way around and potentially integrate the model of invest into our platform, then the results should be the same.
Okay. Yeah, one last one.
Very interesting presentations. I just want one additional question. I guess ultimately what we want is we want to move from physical extant accounts to monetary accounts. And I think for that we need the ecosystem condition is critical. Knowing the extent as much as possible, that is of course important. We can use different sources of data for that. But their conditions are particularly relevant in terms of putting monetary values on those accounts. So I was just wondering, what can be done in terms of really bringing more information and data in terms of really understanding the changes in the condition of that ecosystem or natural capital ecosystem service in a given environment, so that we will be able to actually properly value it, and valuation is important at the end too in terms of integrating it into decision making. So
you know what?
Just say a bit more.
I'm going to actually take that as a segue, because the next few presenters will touch especially that, and then we could open up as a question to everyone else. And thus, I'd like to invite Frederick over. Frederick Anderson Gulkula from Green Cubes. Apparently cube is the favorite shape in the nature tech community, to present a bit on Green Cubes.
Thank you, Gilad. Hello, everyone. Okay, cool. My name is Frederick. I'm the investment manager at R-Evolution. R-Evolution is the green tech division of an engineering company called Hexagon. I want to start by playing a short video that explains Hexagon in a bit more detail and what we do at R-Evolution. Okay, great. So, Hexagon, we are an engineering company. We're all about measurement. So basically measuring microns in a factory to measuring a jet engine, a building, a tunnel, you name it. We operate across a wide range of industries. So everything from construction to transport to shipping to mining or even up in space. But a few years ago, we took the decision that we've got all this amazing technology. Why don't we now use this technology in the fight against climate change? And that is where our evolution was born. And one of our core initiatives at our evolution is called Green Cubes. And with Green Cubes, we're looking to fight the biodiversity collapse. As you probably know, we have seen a 73% decline in wildlife populations over the last 50 years. And the problem we want to try to solve is that if you're a forest owner or a farmer today, you'll get more money by selling your forest to agriculture, to cattle farming, to palm oil production, than just preserving the forest, preserving the biodiversity as it is. We want to change this, and we believe that if we can visualize nature, we can give more value to nature. We can give more value to biodiversity and help the farmers, help the local landowners preserve the forest. And the way we do this is through Green Cubes. Green Cubes is a new way to quantify nature. Historically, we've had a spot model, so you go into a forest with a tape measure, and then you measure the tree. It's a very manual, very labor-intensive process. Then we go now more into a plot model, where we're using a lot of amazing satellite data to get a 2D level overview of the forest. But we want to go one step deeper. We want to go below the forest canopy. So what we do is we combine satellite data, LiDAR data, so very advanced laser scanners, and acoustic data and camera sensors. We fuse all that data together, and then we create a 3D digital twin of the forest. I want to show you a short video how this works in practice. So we start off with our Earth observation data. Then we zoom down into our airborne LiDAR, so an aircraft will fly over the area and scan it. We then go below the forest canopy with our handheld LiDAR. We also look at soil level analysis for ground penetrating radar. And then we come up again, soon, and then we get the digital twin of the forest. We then divide this digital twin into cubic meters. So 1 cubic meter equals 1 green cubes. Now, then we generate biodiversity metrics, and then we push these metrics into our Green Cubes platform for our clients. I'm going to talk a bit about a use case. Right now, we're laser focused on the mining sector. And we're working with Vale, which is the world's largest iron ore company. Here you can see their max site. This is an old mining site that they've been restoring for the past 20 years. It's around 1,900 hectares. It borders the city of Belo Horizonte in Brazil. And they came to us at Green Cubes asking, we've spent 20 years restoring this area, but we want to show the value of nature, not only to Vale, but to the local community. So that's where we stepped in. And I want to show you a quick video that explains the project in more detail.
We are here at the Brazilian rainforest creating our green digital twin with BLK2Go.
And we do 360 LiDAR to capture the point cloud all around us, as well as 360 video.
And we do drone-based LiDAR capture to measure volume and complexity.
I'm Leticia, and today we are here in the Jambrero Reserve collecting some information using the acoustic traps about fauna.
We just set the camera trap. Big animals, small animals, anyone specified. So looking forward to seeing pictures in the new video.
And now we merge all data into the Green Cubes platform.
So now we have seen how we're activating Green Cubes here with Vale, the world's largest iron ore company. And together we can revolutionize the way that future use of mining is being done. We are excited. I hope you are excited. Let's get this started. Green Cubes in action.
Okay, perfect. So not only did we create a digital twin down to 5 centimeters resolution, we also looked at ecosystem services valuation for Vale. So really trying to quantify what is the monetary value of ecosystem services within the site. So we looked, for example, at provisioning services, so pollination. So what is the value of the max site as a pollination reservoirs for the bees that then help improve the agricultural yield of the local cropland. We also looked at climate regulation, what is the value of a MAC site in regulating the local climate, so local temperature, local rainfall. We also looked at water protection. What is the value of a MAC site in generating clean water for the local communities? We looked at carbon stock. What is the value for carbon in the trees in the MAC site? Then we looked at culture and social. So what is the recreational and educational use of this site for the local communities? And then finally, the biodiversity, more of a holistic value, where we look at replacement costs. What would it cost to actually recreate this restoration site somewhere else? Finally, I just want to highlight some other use cases we have with ACOFOP in Latin America, where we've also scanned an area. We divided this area into green cubes, which we now open up for external sponsorship, so that external sponsors can sponsor green cubes on an annual basis, and the money goes to the preservation of this forest. We also work with Amazonia Forever 360, pushing the green cubes technology. This is a partnership with IDB. And finally, we also have another project in Brazil called Hub, where similar, we're also scanning the area and then opening that up for external sponsorship. I want to close by just reiterating our thesis that if we can visualize nature, we can really give nature the value that it deserves. And you can see here with our LiDAR scanners the unprecedented detail and visibility you get from that. And as a little present, and thank you for listening, we've created this natural capital platform for our Hub project, and we also have what we call our Green Cubes mobile experience. So soon you'll see a QR code, so you can scan this QR code with your mobile phone, and then you'll get the Green Cubes experience, and we hope you enjoy it. And thank you for listening, and happy to take any questions later on.
Thank you, Frederick. That was amazing. These videos are fantastic. Okay, there was a question about ecosystem condition. So that's a good segue to invite Kaya Wasek from Ecolabs. Taking the long route. You're at that until the 22, okay? And green is forward.
Hi everybody, I'm Kaya. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Ecolabs, a new research organization. And we exist because we believe that nature is our critical infrastructure, that it underpins our economies, it underpins our societies, but we haven't really figured out very efficient ways of how to integrate nature with the frameworks that manage our policy, manage our planning, and manage our markets. And we're one of the many organizations that are actually trying to change that. For us to actually address that challenge is we have to seriously invest in building some infrastructure. And that infrastructure is going to be expensive, it's going to take a lot of time, and it will require a lot of early stage support before it's mature enough for institutions and for markets to really form around that. And we believe that there's actually a place for public and for philanthropic funding to support these build-outs, to support these early-stage risky projects that focus on measuring nature, modeling nature, mapping nature, investing in nature, to let this infrastructure mature and to let kind of unlock participation from other actors like science, from different institutions, and from corporations. So what we are is we are a focused research organization. So we're non-profit. We're publicly funded by the Advanced Research and Invention Agency in the UK. And we've been created specifically to actually develop a public good. And we have a mandate to make risky decisions and to try build risky technologies that are difficult to fund kind of otherwise. So the general direction, and I just want to add that we have been actually funded this year, so it's very exciting for us. This is the first time I'm here. The general direction for us is to actually focus on creating predictive visibility for nature, the same way we've done for weather, to empower decision makers with understanding ecosystems, their state, their condition, in what state they are at any given time in as much real time as possible, and to let them understand how these ecosystems, now the conditions of these ecosystems are changing into the future. But to really get there, we first need to build scalable, technical, and scientific infrastructure. And one of the reasons we can't do that is some of the challenges our colleagues have been speaking about here, and what we like to refer to as nature lacks system-level representation. And what that really means is we've been collecting a lot of data about nature for the past years and years and years, but we collect different things, different places, at different times, using very different methodologies. So we actually don't have any standardization around this data, and definitely we don't have any metadata. So that's a big problem. And this fragmented data actually leads to small, localized, and static models that can't really represent the dynamic nature of ecosystems. So unstandardized slow data leads to static models, and this overall fragmentation makes it impossible for us to scale things up, so we've been stuck. So what we think we really need is a common set of variables across landscapes and across timescales that will help us stitch these things together. And in a plain language, what we need is actually we need some standardized metrics. And this is not something very novel, what I'm telling you. We're actually following a very well-trodden path on how humans have in the past brought very complex systems under our management. So to do that, you first have to figure out how to measure the system. You have to be able to represent it via those measurements, and that opens up a possibility to start predicting how the system will behave under different conditions, and then ultimately we can do many things with that system. So we can, for instance, value it, we can manage it, we can govern it properly. And I think for this group here, a great example is what we've done with our financial systems. For capital markets to form, we actually had to initially produce some accounting standards. So how do we get there as ECHO? What we do is we turn complex multimodal data into structured signals that are readable by science, that are readable by policy, and that are readable by industry. So we first focus on collecting raw measurements. So we combine different types of data, that's satellite data, that's remote sensing data, different types of environmental sensors, different types of field observations. And we build it into a data set that's actually going to be publicly available and open for everybody to use. And this is the first, as far as I can tell, data set that's specifically designed with machine learning and model training in mind. So it's going to be a fantastic resource, hopefully, for everybody once it's ready. And then what we do is we process this data through publicly available encoders to actually compress it, to preserve ecological meaning, but also to reduce it in size, to build what we call ecosystem fingerprints. So this is how we combine this data together, and that allows us to actually see which data sources carry the most relevant signal to be able to represent an ecosystem. Because not all of these data sources are equally important depending on the ecosystem type, and actually depending on what you want to do with that information. So we use these fingerprints to then extract modeled ecosystem condition indicators, and these are dependent on downstream user needs. What we'd love this work to seed is something that I think a lot of folks here have been kind of pointing to, something that we really need, like a nature data observatory, a public infrastructure that continuously measures the state of our ecosystems in a way that's accessible for policy, for industry, for science, because we think that this can be incredibly unlocking. It can unlock new science. The field of predictive ecology, it's still in its infancy. Things like tipping points, it's not something we can model currently. We would love new markets to coordinate around nature services, and abundant standardized data would allow that. And then new forms of governance, and not only governance of nature by humans, but governance for nature, different forms of nature's participation in our policy, in our legal systems. And we are well-resourced, we're well-funded to do this. We're doing all of our kind of testing and piloting with partners. So if you're interested, please approach us. Come and introduce yourselves, especially if you're a nature data holder that's looking to maximize the impact of your data. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Okay. One final presentation, and then we're really going to hold your feet to the fire on questions, because we have ample amounts, and this is the last session, so we can stay here as long as we want. I'd like to introduce Florian, who is the Senior Vice President of Business Development at Chloris Geospatial. Share a bit on their work with us.
Excellent. Thank you, Gilad, and thank you all for your attention. First piece of good news, as Gilad said, I'm the last speaker. I have a few gifts of you in terms of some good news I'd like to share. I hope that your gift to me is that you can ignore your phones for the next 6.5 minutes. Which button is it? This one here. Okay, perfect. All right. So you just saw on the cover slide very briefly, Chloris is all about quantifying above ground biomass stock and change, how biomass is changing year by year, global scale, 10 by 10, 30 by 30 meter resolution. And as this slide is showing, it's anchored in peer-reviewed science led by our chief scientist, published in Science Magazine and Nature and Climate Change, UNFCCC compliant methodology to not estimate forest or land cover extent, but really go directly to what counts for the climate, which is above ground biomass or carbon. Just quick explanation. When we talk about carbon stored in trees, what we're really talking about is the biomass of a tree, that the biomass is a tree's weight. And what we are doing, figuratively speaking, is weighing trees from space by directly quantifying that above ground biomass. Now, very important, I think especially today, this type of data is not replacing any official government data. It can augment it. It can help fill gaps because, for example, it's not limited to estimating emissions or biomass loss from deforestation. It is a continuous monitoring, capturing like small losses, like degradation. We talked a lot about land degradation, as well as small gains, like revegetation, restoration leads to sequestration, hence carbon removals. So data that can help augment existing systems, and a few other benefits listed here. Now, what I wanted to do really is like show a few examples from Thailand, from Kenya, and from Ethiopia today. Starting with Thailand, on the left you see two annual AGB above ground biomass stock maps from the year 2000 and 2025. We do it every year, but here just for the purpose to illustrate that how the maps look like. Now it's playing. So you see, like, if you look very carefully, how parts become greener and others become less green. The color coding shows how much carbon is stored in each 30 by 30 meter pixel. And then on the right, you see at the same resolution, over that time period, the net carbon change. And if you stick it all together and do the math, and we talk about natural capital accounting, we have a total gross gain of AGB or CO2 equivalent, a total gross loss, and a resulting net gain of almost a gigaton of CO2e sequestered in net, as a result of net AGB growth in Thailand over the last 26 years. So the good news, Thailand is net forest carbon positive. Now, of course, it also looks at, it works now with full scalability from a small pixel to the entire planet. Here, also in Thailand, one of its most iconic national park. Same thing on the left, AGB stock, on the right, the cumulative change over the last 26 years. And you can see like how these like subtle orangey pixels, that's actually degradation losses in that protected forest. It's still very much a forest. You can see the blue is indicating the carbon density, which is very high, but you capture subtle losses, for example, due to drought, diseases, human activities, and that can be captured. Similarly, here in Bangkok, sorry, a bit of an odd example, but this is a cemetery that didn't have many trees 26 years ago. Now there are pretty tall trees with very dense biomass, and we see that change over time here as well. This is a 10 by 10 meter resolution. You would not use this at a country level scale, but it absolutely is available. Now, going to Africa, Kenya, same story, forest carbon positive. We saw some stats earlier on also like how forest extent has changed. So did carbon, and we can see where it does and how it does over time. And an example here in Kenya where we see both like a production landscape, so plantations that have grown over time, and in that patch of forest in the top right, as you see, like the blue gets less blue over time. There you really see like that degradation unfolding. It still looks like a forest. Land cover mapping would look at this as a forest, but you have lost quite a bit of biomass, hence lost emissions have occurred over time. And that, again, is like the cumulative view over the last 26 years. Another example in Ethiopia, same thing here, net carbon, forest carbon positive over time. By the way, of course, not every country is net carbon positive. We're going to come out with a new report in time for New York Climate Week, where we actually look at the state of forest carbon for every country, every region in the world. I'm going to share more about that. Now, in this landscape here in Ethiopia, I picked this one because I think it really shows quite nicely how the world is not black and white. Deforestation is actually no longer the biggest driver of emissions from forest area for biomass loss. It's really like the degradation piece. And I think in this example here, if you look closely, you really like see how subtle losses are occurring. And here in a very dry area of Kenya, over the same time period, and here on the right, I visualize the cumulative change. You really, again, like same thing, accumulation of above ground carbon because trees were growing over time. Okay, now getting a little bit more technical, and I'm trying also to speed up. We work a lot in carbon markets at project scale, but also jurisdictional scale. This is a comparison of Colombia's FREL, Forest Reference Emission Level, and how CLORIS data is help filling the gaps. You see actually what the graph is showing, how the official data is really saying that most of the emissions are coming from deforestation, about a third from degradation. Looked at it more completely, you actually see that the baseline is much higher because you have a lot of the emissions from degradation. That's like the bars that in light green that are building up. There's a longer and a shorter baseline visualized here. On the left, it's like the UNFCCC baseline. On the right, it's a baseline for a carbon crediting mechanism called ART-trees. What you also see, and I think that's important for accounting, with this like wall-to-wall, pixel by pixel approach, you actually can reduce your uncertainty a lot, like from 10% to actually down to 1%. That matters a lot for carbon crediting purposes and also like international climate finance. Now, it looks good. It seems to solve some problems. Is it also good? I think that is a critical question. So how do you validate that type of data? It has come up a lot. We validate this against higher quality independent data, sometimes national data, sometimes privately collected data. For those of you who like statistics, here are some metrics, how this is comparing against airborne LiDAR data collected by the US Forest Service and the Brazil Space Agency at both national and project level scale for the above ground biomass stock. Now, what's even more important is actually being able to validate the change that we see, and that's very, very difficult to do. We're the first company organization who has actually validated above ground biomass change over time. That's what you see at the bottom. Again, on the left, it's how we see growth over time or losses over time, and how very expensive data collected by the US government is seeing the same thing at the project scale. So you see how these lines actually match up. And similarly, the map from Thailand comparing us against another sensor, and just like at the regional scale, showing like where we see growth or gains or losses, and where that other sensor from NASA is seeing growth or loss trends. The idea here is like actually to show that this data is working with acceptable accuracy. Now, accuracy is not everything. Of course, budgets are constrained. Data systems need to be able to adopt it and integrate it. So without going through every single bullet point here, really like the idea of a data set like this one is to help create more complete accounting, doing it without breaking budgets, and really help like accelerate action and reporting at scale. Thank you so much.
Okay. First bit of good news. There is a session after this one. It's about technical assistance, very much related to this topic. So be prepared. Okay, we have a bit over 10 minutes for Q&A. So who's got burning questions? Sorry, what? Yes, we could have a redux of the ecosystem situation.
Yeah, can I address your question about continuous monitoring, or at least looking at ecosystem condition over time? If you're using metrics or data that is generated at the ground level, then you're going to need to collect that data over time. You can backcast using geospatial data, as we know, but actually what we've just done is developed a vegetation ECI, which uses a bunch of different data sets to represent the composition, structure, and function that actually updates almost daily if you need it, because it's using those data sets essentially that are generating the type of updates that are more regular than, for example, a Sentinel-2, which is, quarterly, I think?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's it's possible in time. You're absolutely right. One has to kind of retake a stock take on natural capital and on ecosystem condition. Otherwise, you're in a very static environment, and you need to have real-time data for real-time decision making.
By the way, the QR code here is to the sector map, and we are, as a sort of industry-wide organization, our job is to connect you with the folks over here and the other tools, so consider us allies on this front. I would love for, given the fact that for some of you, this is kind of your primary interaction with the public sector, a lot of nature tech is often in the private sector, what is one takeaway that each one of you would like the attendants here and those listening online to have going away from this summit as it relates to their interaction with nature tech and what they could do right now? Maybe we could just start with you, Florian, like run down the line.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay, one takeaway, again, this type of data is available not to replace anything, but to help augment. And I should have said before as well, go to app.chloris.earth to see the data for any countries in the world. It's really available. And yeah, I think the matter of like integrating is a key one. So that's my takeaway, yeah.
I think the geospatial data is going to be the scaling backbone for all of this. I'm very excited to see the geospatial tools, but you still can't see bees from space. So I think we'll still, for a while, need a lot of on-the-ground data. And what we really, really need is some more of collaboration around data sharing and building infrastructure around sharing that data, because we're never going, our tools will just all collectively benefit from that.
Thank you. I think one key takeaway is like just cutting the complexity. There are so many indicators, so many metrics, but at the end of the day, it's all about storytelling. And I think if you can really zero in on the metrics that work for you and that will have most impact, and you can really tell a good story, and see the positive impact.
I think, I'll echo what I said before, that there's data to get started anywhere in the world, so data should not be a barrier to starting. And if you start with the decision, the policy, the finance instrument you're trying to inform, you can work backwards to what data do you need and help use that to navigate this space.
I think that I'll just add that I think policies should embrace nature tech as well. It shouldn't be a blocker, which it can be. And one controversial point that I'd like to say is that biodiversity net gain should probably go further than habitat and actually at the species level. Sorry, England.
Joe, exactly my point. Not so much on the B&G, but I do agree with that totally. But really, we're inhibited by the lack of regulatory acceptance of nature technology right now. And I think just understanding the power of the technologies that have been shown to you today is really important. So I would bring these into impact assessment, into permitting, which is where the starting point is often for baselines, and then the long-term monitoring programs. And we've had an amazing amount of effort go into the last 2 years to coalesce around state of nature metrics. So we have 6 essentially. We can name them, and some of them are geospatial, some need a little bit more resolution. But we need to just start to really move this into the regulatory space, please.
And yeah, I think the amount of data that is produced nowadays is overwhelming. So I understand for someone approaching this field, it might feel lost. And I think it's important that it's clarified which standard are used to produce the result, so that we can create sort of a common knowledge and reuse scientific information across the whole scale. And this is valid for the public and for the private sector. So my suggestion could be for the public sector and private sector to try to adhere to this new paradigm, and yeah, so build the basis for improving this information.
Yeah, and actually I'd layer one more aspect, and that is the role that the public sector could have as a convener of the private sector. So if you say you focus on a specific bioregion, an ecosystem, you could actually have private sector players who on their own may not have enough power or enough of a budget to do the monitoring, the sense making, or may not want to share that information. But if a little friendly nudge, a convening, and suddenly you have the power of the private sector working together, incentivized by the public sector. Likewise with incentives of agriculture policy and stuff for the solar nature tech could really play a role as well. Does anyone have a question? Yes, great.
Thank you so much. Fantastic panel, but I have a hard question that I don't know anyone's going to have the courage to answer, which is public sector always wants to know what something costs. So is anybody able to tell us or even provide a range, given the range of technology, in terms of what it costs to produce that data, for example, per hectare? Thank you.
Happily. Per hectare. So this type of data, 25 years of data for 1 hectare, 50 cents. And if you want like an entire country, jurisdiction, and now I talk about when we work with private sector organizations, 5 figures to 6 figures to low 6 figures for like an entire data set, wall to wall, 26 years of data, no gaps. You can't compare that to traditional ways of collecting the data. I think really like this is the idea here, if I can add that really quick. It's like optimizing a triangle, acceptable quality, accuracy, full scalability and consistency, and enabling cost effectiveness. If it doesn't fit into a budget, it doesn't work. And of course, we are also like a business and have to grow and continue doing this and continue updating it. But the idea absolutely is here to collectively make progress and not extract.
So we're working with ground truth data, anything from, I wouldn't say 50 cents, but I think we've got it to 98 cents now per hectare. But it's not a linear thing. So if you've got a small plot that needs detail, then you may go up to $3 a hectare, but it's anything between the two. There is a sort of baseline cost, which just is running laboratories and getting actually the kit out into the field. So we can't do this stuff for free. That actually does cost something. So the willingness to pay and the willingness to make decisions with the kind of resolution of data that you want to access has got to be proportionate, and you have to take the risk on the decisions made on poor data. So, always invest in the kind of data that is going to enable you to make the best data decisions possible.
Can I make an important addition? I didn't say everything here. You ask for per hectare, and no, that's the pricing I gave you. But of course, it doesn't scale like that, right? I mean, don't think that if 1 hectare is like 10 to 50 cents, that 1 million hectares will be 1 million times that. Not at all, right? Thank you.
Could I change the metric a little bit and just use a comparison? I mean, it costs an ecologist like me about £200 a day to have me in the field doing a survey, and it costs the camera almost nothing. You pay $100 for the camera, you can leave it there for 3 months, or the bioacoustics device, and it's recording all the time. So there's a massive saving there. Not quite a hectare, but you can extrapolate from there.
If I may add the last comment on related more to the part of artificial intelligence, which has a problem for sustainability, both in terms of cost and for the environmental cost of running it. The artificial intelligence that I presented is actually running at the fraction of the cost and the impact that other type of artificial intelligence use. So I think it's very competitive and cost scalable in that sense.
And then Lisa's project is free, and then Kaja is actually looking to do an actual project for you for free.
Yes, and we're actually, I will always argue, more data, better models, and that gives us ability to actually reduce data collection on the ground. So the goal of my project is to figure out what's the minimal amount of ground data we actually have to collect for these things to scale, and hopefully it's not going to be a lot.
So our time is clearly up. First of all, thank you, World Bank, thank you, attendees, and thank you, presenters. We'll be around, so grab us for questions. We're here at your service. Thank you.
Good afternoon also from my side. My name is Anna Renhardt, and I'm going to invite you to come a bit on a journey with me now. A journey through the world, showcasing a bit what the World Bank, what we do in select countries. So we do want to showcase, and I kindly want to invite the presenters up on stage. First we have Mariana González-Sañudo. She is based in Mexico City. She's with the World Bank. And she's going to invite us now to come with her to travel to Belize. She's going to give us a bit of a pitch of the poster. We have the posters outside also, and I would really invite you to kind of take this as a catalyzation to engage with the team, with us. They've traveled here to answer your questions. So if you have any questions, please do find them in the coffee break. They'll be happy to engage with you. So without further ado, now Mariana, thank you.
Thank you, Ana, and thank you, everyone. As Ana said, I'm Mariana González-Sañudo. I am based in Mexico City, and I'm part of the World Bank's Environment Department there. So I'm going to be presenting to you this activity that is called Assessing Feasibility and Developing Readiness for High-Integrity Biodiversity Credits in Belize. This activity is supported by the Global Program for Sustainability, being implemented by the World Bank in collaboration with the government of Belize, of course, and in support of the World Bank portfolio in the country. The purpose of this work is to support the government of Belize in evaluating whether biodiversity credits can be a mechanism that complements their current conservation financing strategy. And while biodiversity credits and the biodiversity credit markets are receiving increasing global attention, there is still a need to understand how these mechanisms could work in specific national contexts. So this activity is therefore focused on generating the evidence and the technical foundations needed for informed decision-making. Belize is home to globally significant ecosystems, from tropical forests to mangrove, seagrass meadows, and a significant part of the second largest barrier reef, the Mesoamerican Barrier Reef. And while these ecosystems provide important environmental, social, economic benefits, they also need sustainable finance to ensure long-term conservation. So biodiversity credits may offer one potential avenue for mobilizing additional resources, but before pursuing such opportunities, Belize needs to understand clearly the market demand, the technical requirements, and the governance needs needed to pursue these mechanisms. So this activity is designed to answer several policy questions. These include whether biodiversity credits could be implemented as a standalone instrument or together with carbon mechanisms. Who would be willing to buy these credits and under what conditions? What monitoring, verification, reporting, governance, and safeguard systems need to be put in place? And of course, also what future regulatory framework and metrics should be included in Belize. So to address these questions, the activity will undertake a market analysis and buyer mapping exercise, also assess the feasibility of different biodiversity credit models, and develop simplified monitoring, reporting, and verification metrics. It will also prepare technical inputs for Belize to develop their biodiversity credit regulations. So the expected outcome is not the immediate implementation of a biodiversity market in Belize, but rather a set of decision-ready analytical outputs that can inform project activities in the future and policy choices. This work will help strengthen Belize's regulatory framework, improve institutional readiness, and position the country to develop a more robust climate and conservation finance strategy to access future investments and results-based financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and she's going to take a seat because she's 2 for 1. She's also going to present the Dominican Republic in a bit. So our next presenter, you can already see it here, is Tong Yen from our China environmental team. So Tong, if you could kindly come up on stage and take us to China next and showcase what you've been doing in China with natural capital accounts, please.
Thanks, Anna, and it's really a great pleasure for me and to be chosen as the poster interpretation. And my name is Tong Jin, and based in China and in Beijing office as a part of this environmental department, work as the environmental specialist. And maybe China is a little bit different story on this natural capital accounting because it has been adopted the natural capital accounting into the overall country policy framework and this development planning framework for a long while, since maybe at least 1 decade ago, and benefit a lot from the collaboration with the natural capital project held by, introduced by Lisa. And this technical assistance grant is different maybe from the case studies we heard from this morning. the China's problems on the natural capital accounting doesn't exist because of there's no established accounting frameworks. The problem comes from there's multiple natural capital accounting frameworks in parallel. So that caused some problems in this inconsistency across the methodological frameworks and also the data source and data integration. And that caused some challenges in the reliabilities and also this comparability across the different accounting frameworks and the result. And so there becomes a barrier to adopt those accounting results into the policy and investment decisions. So this grant is mainly to aim to solve this problem. It's not reinventing the wheel to create some new frameworks. It's just to want to harmonize the inconsistencies and the gaps between the current available natural capital accounting frameworks. So this specific grant just initiated later last year, and we are at the beginning of this implementation. In this April, we started to have this kickoff workshop, and then initiated our comprehensive literature review, and also want to understand the current advances and the progress China has achieved in the natural capital accounting, both on the accounting methodology itself and also the data source and data challenges, and also to understand the current use cases of how to involve this accounting result into the policy framework. So the key findings from the literature review is also very obvious, that we know China has been raised out this ecological civilization framework as the fundamental development philosophy. So which is called this, we call two mountain series, that is in lucid water and clear mountain is the invaluable asset. This is what exactly the natural capital means. So all these nature extent and ecosystem services have been mapped out across the country and have been taken into account into the spatial land use planning, as well as this large-scale ecosystem conservation and restoration initiatives funded by the central government. And it's also created kind of a foundation to let the central government to decide this fiscal resources allocation for those areas that with a valuable natural asset, but with limited development options. They've got a lot of eco compensations from the fiscal resources. So that also make the foundation of this accounting result to be fully into accounted. And also we have an innovation benefit from this ecosystem services calculations, the new concept of the gross ecosystem product, we call GEP, that have been recognized at the national level to be our performance indicator in parallel to the traditional indicator as GDP. So that also a philosophy change that the local government can treasure the nature conservation and protect their nature asset, and without the pressure and of the economic development. So those are the use cases have been recognized, and we would love to document this and to hold some following South-to-South exchange to learn and exchange with other countries. Like we heard many successful examples in African countries and in other different countries. But at the same time, we also realize there are some very practical challenges in applying those natural capital accounting frameworks at the subnational level. Especially, there's two different major frameworks. One is about this natural resource asset accounting, and it is more focusing on the ecosystem extent and conditions in the physical account that will be used by the national level government as a kind of a performance evaluation indicator. At the same time, what I have just mentioned about the GEP is have been adopted at many pilot cities and pilot provinces as a calculation of their ecosystem protection effectiveness indicator, and also used to inform to inform this public compensation evaluation performance, and also to incentivize the ecosystem market and private investment. But these two major natural capital accounting frameworks have some misalignment in both methodological framework and also the data source. So this grant is aimed to build on the current national-led natural resources inventory and monitoring framework, and has a very robust data infrastructure, and build on this existing data infrastructure to integrate the available data and also the standardized processing and quality control protocol, and to try to harmonize the current problems between different accounts. So the current progress that we have used a zoning approach for this data integration, and have demarcated the whole country into more than 200 different zones, and tailored the key model parameters across 7 different ecosystem types, and have established a local parameter library. And yeah, next step, we just want to integrate multi-data source and to have a standardized and consistent protocol and framework. So looking forward, we want to build this consistent national framework of this natural capital accounting to link both the physical account and the monetary account and at the national level, and to pilot those framework and test at the 2 pilot sites, including one under the bank corporation, and to inform the investment prioritization and also to evaluate our effectiveness. And looking forward, we have really want to organize some knowledge exchange activities building on the current platform like GPS, and also the mentioned China World Bank Group Global Knowledge Center, and to organize some South exchange to share our lessons learned from this project, and also from the China's natural capital accounting works. Thank you.
Thank you, Tong. Next, we have Irina Gaplanyan, who's going to invite us to travel to Armenia. And she's going to show us what's happening in the non-timber and in the ecotourism sector in her country. So, Irina.
Thank you very much. It's truly a pleasure to be back in Bangkok, in this beautiful country, in this beautiful city. Thank you to the GPS team for putting together this event, for inviting, for having finalists, including Armenia. We appreciate the honors. And for the next 5 minutes, which I do have only 5 minutes, I want to keep your attention on the slide, largely because, as most of you know, this year Armenia is actually hosting the Biodiversity COP17. So in the next 5 minutes, I hope you take away some information which will become useful in October, where I hope to see many of you, as this will be a milestone for Biodiversity Global Agenda. Hopefully, some important agreements will be reached, considering that we have had finally a global stock take this year, which unfortunately lasted quite a long time, about 4 years, but a significant majority of the countries have contributed and have submitted their national biodiversity action plans. And with that, I think we can celebrate that a major achievement has been reached, and we look forward to having some significant agreements reached in October. So many thanks to Global Program for Sustainability for unlocking not only many Pandora boxes through this exercise that we've done with the government of Armenia, but also unlocking and helping us mobilize additional finance through the same trust fund and through other trust funds. Because as you go in the field and find out questions to the answers that the government asks you to find out, then more questions come up as you close one door. So with that, let me quickly run you through what the program has done and what we found and how that unlocked further opportunities for data-driven policy production. Frederick earlier said, can data save the world? Well, I don't know, but I can certainly say that data can help improve governance, and this is the case in point. So what we were trying to find out is understand how to support rural livelihoods in Armenia, because many rural livelihoods are supported by biodiversity, and most of that biodiversity is locked in forests, which have been degrading for the last few decades. 11% of Armenia's forests, 11% of Armenia's territory is covered by forests, and these are mostly mountainous, slow-growth forests. 86% of the country is mountainous. It's one of the most mountainous countries in the world. So the ecosystem and the value of that ecosystem that's locked in the forest is incredible. But however, it's not managed sustainably. But more importantly, what we wanted to look at through this exercise is not necessarily the deforestation problem, but how to drive communities to better benefit from non-timber forest products. We found some incredible data, for example, that only 20% of that non-timber forest products are tapped into by those communities. We found another interesting data that 95% of the collectors are actually women. And another interesting finding that then translated into policy recommendation for the government was the type of non-timber forest products and the value chain, the bottlenecks within the value chain. There is very little market access, there's very little packaging, knowledge, and opportunities to deliver it to the demand that apparently is high. So on the one hand, there is a high supply of non-timber forest products because only 20% is being tapped, and this is data for sustainable harvesting of non-timber forest products. And on the other hand, there is high demand which is not being met because supply is not organized, not properly packaged, and not delivered to the consumers. Another interesting dimension is ecotourism. Armenia is very unsuspecting, and Armenia and generally that region, when we talk about biodiversity hotspots, everybody goes to, Madagascar, to the beautiful parts of Southeast Asia and Oceania, but Armenia is located in a region that's in the top 32 biodiversity hotspots. And given that it's very packed, it's very mountainous, there are 4 different climatic zones, so there's quite a bit of biodiversity. And with that comes, obviously, the potential for ecotourism, again, which is largely many bottlenecks that we have found actually stem from gaps in legislation. So I know my 5 minutes are up. I would love to tell you more, but I already gave you the teaser in October. I hope to see many of you. Let me conclude that going back to data, through GPS, we were able to give informed and data-driven decision-making value chain to the government. And some of the critical legislative amendments that have been done in the last year, including data that informed the National Biodiversity Action Plan for Armenia, stemmed from this exercise. So once again, let me close by thanking Global Program for Sustainability and the excellent team, and for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. That has been beautiful. So we're going to stick to the ecotourism theme for just 1 second, and then I have 2 announcements for you that are logistics and that are important. One concerns dinner, so please stick around. Mariana.
Thank you again. So yes, now I'm going to be presenting about the work in the Dominican Republic. We call it the local economy-wide impacts of ecotourism in the Dominican Republic. And this work, again, has been supported by the GPS, the Global Program for Sustainability, and implemented by the World Bank team, including Anna, and the government of the Dominican Republic. So the primary objective of this work has been not only to measure the economic impacts of ecotourism, but to build the case of ecotourism as a development strategy. Specifically, we wanted to demonstrate that conserving forests and ecosystems can generate substantial economic benefits for surrounding communities through tourism, job creation, local businesses, and household incomes. So by quantifying these impacts, the study provides evidence that nature conservation is not only an environmental objective, but it is also an investment in local communities and local economic growth and rural development. This study focuses in 2 very important sites. The first one is Saltos de Damajagua in Puerto Plata and Valle Nuevo National Park in Constanza. So as we have been mentioning throughout the day, a common challenge that we have in conservation policy is that many of the benefits of protecting forests and ecosystems are either difficult to quantify and also often overlooked in economic decision making. So while carbon benefits have been increasingly recognized, much less attention has been given to non-carbon benefits, so to the broader economic impacts that conservation can generate through, for example, nature-based tourism. So this study helps fill that gap by showing how spending by visitors to protected areas creates economic opportunities that extend far beyond the tourism sector itself. In terms of the methodology and the activities, we applied a light version of the LUI model. LUI stands for Local Economy-Wide Impact Evaluation. And the work involved selecting and validating the priority sites, conducting surveys in the field to households, businesses, and protected area managers, among others, building then the local social accountability matrix, accounting matrices to map economic relations, modeling how tourism expenditures flow through these local economies, and then quantify and estimate the production, income, and employment multipliers. This approach allows us to capture both the direct impacts generated by tourism and also the indirect effects that occur as businesses and households spend and re-spend their income throughout the local economy. So some of our key findings are that for every $1 spent by tourists, approximately 1.7 of production is generated in the local economy. And of this, 0.5 is generated within tourism activities, while the other 1.2 is generated in non-tourism sectors such as local services, agriculture, retail, transportation, and other supply chains. These findings demonstrate that a large share of the economic benefits generated by tourism actually occurs outside of the tourism sector itself and create opportunities throughout the local economy and supporting a much wider range of businesses. So in conclusion, these findings show that ecotourism can be a powerful engine of local economic growth, and the findings also contribute to policy discussions by demonstrating that conservation and economic development are not competing objectives, and rather well-managed ecotourism can create jobs, increase household incomes, support local businesses, while also maintaining the natural assets on which those benefits depend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and thank you again to all of the presenters. Unfortunately, we are a bit short on time, but this was really to give you kind of like a bit of a taste of what's to come, what GPS does, like even if it's like more like smaller grants, more smaller activities. But you see, we span basically around the globe, and we do really cool stuff, if I may say so. So please, if you have any questions, please do find the presenters next to their posters in the coffee sessions, and just ask away. They're happy to engage. So thank you very much. And then, actually, to end this day, this is quite funny that this is on me to end this. So I have two logistical announcements for you. Announcement number one, dinner will be served in the room next to this one. So where we had the lovely lunch, we will gonna have a dinner. This will start at 6:30, so you will have some time if you want to go back to the hotel, freshen up. If you want to, I don't know, sleep a very small siesta, I guess, you can also try that. But it's 6:30, dinner will be served in the room adjacent. And then for those of you who are eligible for the per diems, please come find me. I sit next to the lady in the green dress in the front row. Yes, so if you come find me there, you can pick up your per diems. I will ask you for your signature, so please come find me. If you want to go back to the hotel immediately, it's also fine. You can also find me tomorrow. But yeah, thank you very much. And happy evening. Thank you very much for being here.